Stay on top of the news no matter where you are. Introducing i24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
Hello and welcome to the i24 News Desk. As we are nearing crunch time, in an hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be walking into the Oval Office yet again, where he's going to meet yet again, not just with the U.S. President Donald Trump, but also with his 21 bullet points, seeking a wider framework to release Israeli hostages, end the war in Gaza, and move on to the next phase of the region here. So what is it exactly? What is on the table? What is off the table? Well, either way, it seems that it is nearing, whatever it may be. This is what White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt told reporters just a short while ago.
Why it's 21 points, it's very detailed, it's comprehensive. The president has been working tirelessly on this. He speaks to, Prime Minister Netanyahu all of the time, of course. He's in constant correspondence, but he's also taken a lot of time to speak with our Arab partners and allies in the Middle East. He met with them at UNGA in New York City last week to hear them out. We've obviously had direct and indirect conversations with Hamas as well. And ultimately, the president knows when you get to a good deal, both sides are going to leave a little bit unhappy. But we need this conflict to end. The president's made that very clear. He wants to see the killing stop.
All right, so for more, we want to head now live to Washington, D.C. i24 News senior U.S. correspondent Mike Wagenheim joining us live from there. So, Mike, first, the latest. Who is where? Where is what? In that moment, right, there are no surprises. Everyone's in the loop.
Who is who? What is what? That's a pretty good question right now, Ellie. Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually on his way from New York right now. Meanwhile, President Trump is in the house here behind us, and a huge meeting with massive implications coming up here in just a little while. The president will meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu at 11 o'clock Eastern time at 6 p.m. in Israel. He'll be welcomed into the White House in the doors here behind us a little bit later on. They'll have a bilateral meeting and then a lunch and then open things up to the press. Now, here's where it all stands right now. We heard the words from spokeswoman Caroline Levitt a few moments ago, but deep into the night last night in New York, Netanyahu was negotiating and further discussing plans of the Gaza plan, the details of the Gaza plan with Steve Witkoff, the White House Special Envoy for Special Missions, along with Jared Kushner, former senior advisor to President Trump. He's been involved in these discussions as well. There were some changes to the plan. Now, of course, there are other interests with this plan. We're talking about Arab interests, that Trump wanted support from the Arab world, wanted buy-in from Arab leaders into this plan.
He thought it would be more
Mike,
one of our pundits described it as a joint Google Docs sort of a thing that everyone, chimes in, and all the mediators are adding their take. Do we know what the Israeli notes are?
Everybody's still adding their red marks, if you want to use the Google Docs analogy. So, yes, Israel has essentially approved of what the changes were, but they're the ones that wanted to implement those changes. That's why Prime Minister Netanyahu was talking about it. And what some of the Arab leaders are saying this morning is that those changes kind of hollowed out some of the already set parameters of the plan. For instance, when the withdrawal of the IDF is going to take place, how permanent it's going to be, when a technocratic governance would take over in Gaza, what would the parameters be for implementing a Palestinian Authority-led government. So those are critical details. Now, of course, those weren't all worked out in advance. It's a 21-point plan, but it doesn't list out every single scenario. But you want some definitiveness there in order for it to actually have weight. Otherwise, everybody can interpret it any which way they want. Well, some of the Arab leaders are saying after things were changed last night that those changes went a little bit too far, that there's too much left to the imagination and too much left to interpretation at this point in time. So what looked like pretty much a finalized deal yesterday, not so much again this morning, and still work to be done before this meeting starts here in less than an hour's time.
Mike, I'm sorry to be asking this question at a time where, expectations are still high. Is there a plan? Is there a plan B?
Plan B, back to the drawing board, essentially. Listen, this is everybody has kind of bought in to what's been going on these last few weeks. And Trump realized, and some of us realized this a while ago, but, it finally takes the light to go on sometimes, that this could not be done piecemeal. It can't be done a little bit at a time. It can't be a phase deal. It can't be conditional. It's got to be done all at once. Otherwise, you get to phase one and everybody just kind of negotiates endlessly on phase two. We saw that in the last ceasefire. And so this is something that had multiple layers, multiple components. A plan B at this point, really difficult. And keep in mind, even if Israel and the Arab leaders agree to this plan today, Hamas still hasn't even seen the plan according to their leaders. So again, even if there's an announcement here today, it certainly doesn't mean all the I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed, so to speak.
Yeah, and those somewhat still vague bullet points, they will have to be, unpacked if there is a yes here, unpacked to what it means on the ground in practical and legal terms. Mike Wagenheim, I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent, live for us from the White House. Of course, we'll get back to you later on in the broadcast. But now, we want to unpack those different layers and elements and reservations further. Ms. Vivian Berkovich, former Canadian ambassador to Israel, founder of State of Tel Aviv Media. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, how can we not? Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osseron here with us in studio. Thank you both very much for being here with us. So before we dive into the details, Ms. Berkovich, if it is a yes or no type of an answer Trump is expecting from Netanyahu, what should it be?
Well, I think that Trump knows better than to expect
pose yes or no question.
A yes or no. And I can't help but think that, there's an old adage that at the best of times we know 10% of what's really going on. I think I have this feeling that so much of what we're watching in terms of the lead up and the process and the tension and the purported back and forth, there's a lot of theater going on.
So it's man-made, it's media-made.
It feels a little manufactured.
All right.
And in fact, it's reminiscent somewhat of 2020 when there was this buildup that Netanyahu was saying, I'm going to annex the West Bank, I'm going to annex the West Bank. And at the last minute, you'll recall the Qatari ambassador to the U.S. came along, wrote an op-ed piece in Ma'ariv, and within weeks,
that was it.
We backed off the West Bank annexation threat, and there was the Abraham Accords. And this has the same
I wouldn't
kind of
necessarily
feeling.
say that the Abraham Accords are an anticlimax here.
Anticlimax, yeah, maybe not the best choice of term, but you get my point. We looked like we were heading for a really unpleasant showdown, and instead we had a rainbow.
I'm just suggesting, picking up on your train of thought here, that if the pivot here will be, I don't know, to a normalization with Saudi Arabia, for example, so no to a deal, but yes to normalization, as in no to annexation, yes to Abraham Accords, there might be something bigger in the making.
That's exactly what I think is going on.
All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And not a bad thing.
Yeah.
So that's my point when you ask me, is Trump going to sort of, present Bibi with a yes-no? I think these two have a pretty strong relationship. They're doing a dance. Everybody's doing a dance, but I think that Trump has the credibility with the Arab countries, many of them, to get them to the table, and with Netanyahu. I think that it's in everyone's interest, and particularly Israel's interest, to get to yes.
So the odd element here is Hamas among the four, if we are to divide it into four, U.S., Israel, Arab nations, and Hamas. Hamas is the odd part that is keeping the rest from moving forward.
Maybe more Qatar than Hamas.
All right. That is perhaps the mere framing of the players is key in understanding the bigger picture. Well, back to the Google Docs, Ariel Osseron. There are some arguments already. I wouldn't say claims that Israel is saying its say when it comes to the bullet points presented by the Trump administration, as it should.
Not just saying its say, but getting its way. And that is the accusation, that the Trump team has really adopted the Israeli position, and this has Arab leaders on their back foot. According to Qatar's Al Arabi Al Jadid, There's accusations going around that these changes have rendered the deal meaningless, that as Mike described, it was included with Israeli wording that is intentionally vague, ambiguity added that will make it more complicated to enforce, and riddled with so many pitfalls throughout the way that it is not clear how it could be implemented. So to that end, President Trump is going to speak with the Emir of Qatar over the phone prior to his meeting with Netanyahu to kind of settle to calm tensions and to make sure that the Qataris and the other Arab parties who asked for their own amendments to the proposal. We mustn't forget that this isn't just the United States brought something and Israel made the changes. First, it was introduced with changes brought forth by Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and now it's going to Israel.
So this ambiguity is serving everyone and yet is a risk for everyone.
So the accusation is that this ambiguity is serving Israel alone, that the only clear mechanisms that are currently in play in this, if we're going to continue with the analogy, this Google document, the only clear mechanisms are with regards to the release of the hostages and the entry of humanitarian aid. Everything else, as Mike described, is completely up in the air, vague, unclear. Now, he also touched on Hamas, saying that they didn't even see the deal. Now, this is remarkable because what Hamas is saying is that we didn't see the deal yet. We're going to get it from the mediators, but we are going to ask for amendments with regards to weapons, with regards to the exile of our leaders. Specifically, they want a clear timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces, because as this deal was proposed originally, it had red lines that are against both what Israel wants and what Hamas wants. The Hamas red lines are that it doesn't include a clear timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces. The Israeli red lines are the reintroduction of the Palestinian Authority into the Gaza Strip. If we're looking at what the Arab leaders are saying, then it is clear that there has been some amendments made on the Israeli side to tackle with their red lines, but there's still the turn for Hamas.
The counterclaim here could be on the issue of Hamas disarmament at the moment, or at least according to what was reported as the current bullet point is that it is talking about offensive weapons, but maintaining defensive weapons.
And not disarmament, but laying down the weapons.
So
where are they going to lay them down and who is going to watch them when they're on the floor? There's so many questions that are still up in the air. I think we are only at the beginning of this back and forth with this negotiation. This is not going to be immediate, but this is the framework that all sides, this is the Google Doc that all sides are working on. And it's going to take still some pushing and shoving to get what each side wants.
But if I'm putting back the critical thinking hat that you're urging us to put on, Ms. Berkovich, if it is a pre-orchestrated dance, if you will, maybe the Arab countries' resistance or pushback, suggesting Israel made its claims and this is in it, maybe it is all part of the attempt to just this negotiation notion that you don't seek a win-win, but rather a situation in which both sides are as equally upset.
Absolutely. And that's totally consistent with what Caroline Leave at the White House press secretary said earlier today. You know, she said, we're really close and it looks like we're going to get there. And it's likely, you know, nobody's better at making a deal than President Trump. And it's likely that should he be able to close this deal on Monday, as we expect, that everyone will walk away from the table a little disappointed.
Which is a good thing, so to speak, but from the mediators' standpoint.
Yeah, I hate to be the cynic here, but I mean, I do think that obviously there's some real negotiation, but I think a lot of it is kind of, you know, being played out as agreed.
All right. So speaking of, another element is the domestic scene here in Israel. We want to turn now to Senior General of the Yediot Ahronoth Daily, Ben-Dror Yamini. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamini, for your time tonight. Crucial hours. We cannot even our inclination to use lots of superlatives. These are crucial hours nowadays at this point in time. Let's start with the end. If the Trump outline is presented as is, Netanyahu is going to say what?
according to all the reports coming from Washington, Netanyahu is going to say yes, but he's not alone, as we all know, in this government. I mean, he has a kind of right-wing coalition. He has problems in his own party. We always speak about Ben Gvir and Smotrich, but we tend to forget that actually half of the Likud Knesset members, they are totally became Smotrich and Ben Gvir. I mean, they are the real leaders. So we cannot ignore it. What will happen, we don't know. I must say something with the whole conception of that the Hamas is under pressure. No, Hamas is not under pressure. Israel is under pressure, and I want to explain why is it that Israel is under pressure. Because actually, the whole conception of Israel that, if you use more arms and if you destroy more buildings, the Hamas will be under pressure. This is the biggest mistake. This is the biggest mistake, because actually, that's exactly what the Hamas wants. Yes, Hamas wants destruction, because destruction is destroying Israel. We know exactly where we are, speaking from the international point of view, speaking about the upcoming sanctions against Israel. It's not only something for the future, it's something which is happening. This is what the Hamas wanted in the first place. Now, we think that if we will put more pressure, the Hamas will give us more concessions and will compromise. No, it's not the case, because we see what happened in the last 2 years. We are speaking about what? About a huge destruction. Yes, because of them. But this is the whole strategy of the Islamic Jihad. This is the conception. They want destruction in order that campaigns like genocide and starvation will work. And as we know, they are working. Even Italy, with this right-wing government in Italy, the prime minister just declared that they will join partly sanctions against Israel. This is a victory of Hamas. We have to understand it. Unfortunately, it looks to me that this government continue with the same kind of conception that is the wrong one.
Because again, this objective that Hamas seeks the rehabilitation of the Strip and not the exact opposite. But I do want us, let me just before update you and our viewers that Netanyahu just landed in Washington, D.C. From New York, en route now to the White House, to the big meeting that is expected to take place in less than an hour from now. So, Mr. Yamini, politically speaking, for Netanyahu, there is a double-edged sword here. Should he say yes, his coalition partners might say goodbye. And as you've mentioned, it's not just his coalition partners, but maybe members of his own party that are perhaps more limited in their leeway, but might very well make their case.
Yeah, it's very interesting because actually there is. I mean, I hear and read many journalists and many commentators, and they're all optimistic that here we are almost at the end of the process. No, it's not. It's going to be much more difficult than one would think. Also, yes, also because of internal reasons, also because of political reasons. We know exactly what we have. Now, until now, we have to face the fact that Netanyahu, many times when he had to take decisions, he preferred this coalition. He preferred this coalition and not ending the war when it was highly necessary to end this war or to receive a kind of ceasefire or to release hostages. We know it. And the pressure will come. And we saw exactly what happened yesterday. A huge delegation from Judea and Samaria arrived to his hotel in New York. They have to go all the way in order to convince him. Yes, they do. And they think that they have some influence. So it's not finished until we will see the hostages released. It's not finished yet. So I want to be optimistic. I have good reasons, even personal reasons that I will not get into it now, that the war will end as soon as possible. But we have to look at the facts. We have to look at what happened in the last 2 years. We have to look at not only the Israeli politics, but the international politics. It's very interesting. One point, speaking about politics, it's also in the United States.
Absolutely. It's everywhere.
The public opinion is changing in the United States. And I think Trump is aware, maybe not Netanyahu, but Trump is completely aware. Just lately, I don't know exactly, it was a few hours ago, that Tucker Carlson again vilified Netanyahu in a way that is just unbelievable. And this person with so many millions of supporters, that are all of them are coming from the Republican Party.
Reality and perception of reality, both a shifting pendulum time and time again. Ben-Dror Rimini, Senior Journalist of Yediot Ahronoth Daily, thank you very much for your time and for your insight. We appreciate it, as per always. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
And hopefully your optimism will prevail. Well, it might feel like a long, long time ago, but it was only Friday when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took the green marble podium, denouncing Western countries for embracing Palestinian statehood, accusing them of sending a message that murdering Jews pays off, as simply as that. Let's take a listen.
So here's the uncomfortable truth. The persistent Palestinian rejection of a Jewish state in any boundary is what has driven this conflict for over a century. It is still driving it. It's not the absence of a Palestinian state. It's the presence and existence of a Jewish state.
So these are the remarks, parts of the remarks back then. Fast forwarding to today, Ms. Vivian Berkovich, New Zealand is saying no to recognition and is being scrutinized for making this decision. So it seems that, again, if we are talking about the zeitgeist or the common state of mind at the moment, Western countries are choosing recognition.
Yes, and Canada, where I come from, and Prime Minister Mark Carney is leading the charge. He likes to get out ahead, and he was the first one to come out on Sunday the 21st and say, we're going to recognize Palestine, no conditions.
Yeah.
So it's New Zealand, but it's also Japan that's
staying on defense.
Exactly, exactly. And
but the momentum, unfortunately, is clear at this point in time. And interestingly enough, at a time where the Israeli consensus could not have been further away from that bid to recognize a Palestinian state. We want to cross now live to Hosset Square in Tel Aviv. I-24 News correspondent Joe Bryan joining us live from there. The emotional roller coaster, Joe, continues today, very much so.
Very much so. There is a tense feeling at the air here in Hostages Square as people are awaiting for the Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump meeting, which will happen in around about 30 minutes to an hour, followed by a statement from both of them in which they are hoping that there will be a deal of some kind or an agreement on the Israeli end at the very least. Now, over 50% of the Israeli public say that they want to have some kind of deal which aligns with the Witkoff 21-point deal. There are still some disagreements among the Israeli public about how far they would go to get the deal. The Israeli public wants to get all the hostages out of Gaza, all 48 of whom dead or alive. But there is a disagreement on to whether this should include a Palestinian state as part of the negotiations, or whether this should involve the ending of fighting in the Gaza Strip, putting a complete halt to it. And that, to an extent, mirrors the Israeli government as well. You were just speaking about this earlier with a massive rift in the governing coalition between the far-right parties who want to have the continuation of fighting in the Gaza Strip and do not want a deal, as opposed to the, or some Likudniks at the very least, those who are loyal to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who want to get the deal over the line. And the hostage families are becoming desperate. That's the main word that I'm sensing from them. Multiple statements over the last 24 hours dedicated to President Donald Trump, as they know that he is the one who is able to put the pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. They know that their words fall on deaf ears, so they believe that these messages to Donald Trump, Steve Witkoff has mentioned that the hostage families are telling these to Trump. They are hoping that this will finally put the president in their favor and that a deal can be announced at some point within the next hour or so.
I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown, live for us from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for this. Really, in a sentence, Ms. Berkovich, we are nearing the meeting itself. Help us navigate our expectations. What should we expect to come out concrete?
I think that there's tremendous momentum and intention on the part of America, Israel, and key Arab states. And when I say key Arab states, I'm referring to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE to get to a yes. I think Qatar might be an outlier. The fact that Hamas may or may not have seen the agreement yet, and I'm not sure I believe that, but if the Hamas hasn't seen the agreement yet, I think Qatar is the big problem.
Right.
And, you know, we tend to forget that Qatar is the main sponsor financially and diplomatically and supporter of all of these terrorist groups. But, you know, as somebody said recently, which I thought really nailed it, you know, they're the Houthis in well-cut suits.
Well, unfortunately, this analysis was relevant and still is relevant from 2 years ago until this very day. Ms. Vivian Berkovich, former Canadian ambassador to Israel, founder of State of Tel Aviv Media. Thank you very much for being with us. Ariel Lasser on I-24 News, senior Middle East correspondent. You're staying with us because we will be back at the top of the hour with all the live updates from the Trump-Netanyahu summit that is about to get underway in less than an hour from now. Thank you very much for joining us.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
welcome to the I-24 News Desk. As we are nearing crunch time, in an hour, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be walking into the Oval Office yet again, where he's going to meet yet again, not just with the U.S. President Donald Trump, but also with his 21 bullet points, seeking a wider framework to release Israeli hostages, end the war in Gaza, and move on to the next phase of the region here. So what is it exactly? What is on the table? What is off the table? Well, either way, it seems that it is nearing, whatever it may be. This is what White House Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt told reporters just a short while ago.
Why it's 21 points. It's very detailed. It's comprehensive. The president has been working tirelessly on this. He speaks to, Prime Minister Netanyahu all of the time. Of course, he's in constant correspondence, but he's also taken a lot of time to speak with our Arab partners and allies in the Middle East. He met with them at UNGA in New York City last week to hear them out. We've obviously had direct and indirect conversations with Hamas as well. And ultimately, the president knows when you get to a good deal, both sides are going to leave a little bit unhappy. But we need this conflict to end. The president's made that very clear. He wants to see the killing stop.
All right, so for more, we want to head now live to Washington, D.C. I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent Mike Wagenheim joining us live from there. So, Mike, first, the latest. Who is where is what? In that moment, right, there are no surprises. Everyone's in the loop.
Who is who? What is what? That's a pretty good question right now, Ellie. Prime Minister Netanyahu is actually on his way from New York right now. Meanwhile, President Trump is in the house here behind us, and a huge meeting with massive implications coming up here in just a little while. The president will meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu at 11 o'clock Eastern time at 6 p.m. in Israel. He'll be welcomed into the White House in the doors here behind us. A little bit later on, they'll have a bilateral meeting and then a lunch and then open things up to the press. Now, here's where it all stands right now. We heard the words from spokeswoman Caroline Levitt a few moments ago, but deep into the night last night in New York, Netanyahu was negotiating and further discussing plans of the Gaza plan, the details of the Gaza plan with Steve Witkoff, the White House Special Envoy for Special Missions, along with Jared Kushner, former senior advisor to President Trump. He's been involved in these discussions as well. There were some changes to the plan. Now, of course, there are other interests with this plan. We're talking about Arab interests, that Trump wanted support from the Arab world, wanted buy-in from Arab leaders into this plan. He thought it would be more successful.
Mike, one of our pundits described it as a joint Google Docs sort of a thing that everyone, chimes in, and all the mediators are adding their take. Do we know what the Israeli notes are?
Everybody's still adding their red marks, if you want to use the Google Docs analogy. So, yes, Israel has essentially approved of what the changes were, but they're the ones that wanted to implement those changes. That's why Prime Minister Netanyahu was talking about it. And what some of the Arab leaders are saying this morning is that those changes kind of hollowed out some of the already set parameters of the plan. For instance, when the withdrawal of the IDF is going to take place, how permanent it's going to be, when a technocratic governance would take over in Gaza, what would the parameters be for implementing a Palestinian Authority-led government. So those are critical details. Now, of course, those weren't all worked out in advance. It's a 21-point plan, but it doesn't list out every single scenario. But you want some definitiveness there in order for it to actually have weight. Otherwise, everybody can interpret it any which way they want. Well, some of the Arab leaders are saying after things were changed last night that those changes went a little bit too far, that there's too much left to the imagination and too much left to interpretation at this point in time. So what looked like pretty much a finalized deal yesterday, not so much again this morning, and still work to be done before this meeting starts here in less than an hour's time.
Mike, I'm sorry to be asking this question at a time where, expectations are still high. Is there a plan? Is there a plan B?
Plan B, back to the drawing board, essentially. Listen, this is everybody has kind of bought in to what's been going on these last few weeks. And Trump realized, and some of us realized this a while ago, but, it finally takes the light to go on sometimes, that this could not be done piecemeal. It can't be done a little bit at a time. It can't be a phased deal. It can't be conditional. It's got to be done all at once. Otherwise, you get to phase one and everybody just kind of negotiates endlessly on phase two. We saw that in the last ceasefire. And so this is something that had multiple layers, multiple components. A plan B at this point, really difficult. And keep in mind, even if Israel and the Arab leaders agree to this plan today, Hamas still hasn't even seen the plan according to their leaders. So again, even if there's an announcement here today, it certainly doesn't mean all the I's have been dotted and the T's have been crossed, so to speak.
Yeah, and those somewhat still vague bullet points, they will have to be, unpacked if there is a yes here, unpacked to what it means on the ground in practical and legal terms. Mike Wagenheim, I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent, live for us from the White House. Of course, we'll get back to you later on in the broadcast. But now, well, we want to unpack those different layers and elements and reservations further. Ms. Vivian Berkovich, former Canadian ambassador to Israel, founder of State of Tel Aviv Media. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, how can we not? Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osseron here with us in studio. Thank you both very much for being here with us. So before we dive into the details, Ms. Berkovich, if it is a yes or no type of an answer Trump is expecting from Netanyahu, what should it be?
Well, I think that Trump knows better than to
pose yes or no question.
A yes or no. And I can't help but think that, there's an old adage that at the best of times we know 10% of what's really going on. I think I have this feeling that so much of what we're watching in terms of the lead up and the process and the tension and the purported back and forth, there's a lot of theater going on.
So it's man-made, it's media-made.
It feels a little manufactured.
All right.
And in fact, it's reminiscent somewhat of 2020 when there was this buildup that Netanyahu was saying, I'm going to annex the West Bank, I'm going to annex the West Bank. And at the last minute, you'll recall the Qatari ambassador to the U.S. came along, wrote an op-ed piece in Ma'ariv, and within weeks,
that was it.
We backed off the West Bank annexation threat, and there was the Abraham Accords. And this
I wouldn't necessarily
feeling.
say that the Abraham Accords are an anti-climax here.
Anti-climax, yeah, maybe not the best choice of term, but you get my point.
Yeah.
We looked like we were heading for a really unpleasant showdown, and instead we had a rainbow.
I'm just suggesting, picking up on your train of thought here, that if the pivot here will be, I don't know, to normalization with Saudi Arabia, for example, so no to a deal, but yes to normalization, as in no to annexation, yes to Abraham Accords, there might be something bigger in the making.
That's exactly what I think is going on.
All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And not a bad thing.
Yeah.
So that's my point when you ask me, is Trump going to sort of, present Bibi with a yes-no? I think these two have a pretty strong relationship. They're doing a dance. Everybody's doing a dance, but I think that Trump has the credibility with the Arab countries, many of them, to get them to the table, and with Netanyahu. I think that it's in everyone's interest, and particularly Israel's interest, to get to yes.
So the odd element here is Hamas among the four, if we are to divide it into four, U.S., Israel, Arab nations, and Hamas. Hamas is the odd part that is keeping the rest from moving forward.
Maybe more Qatar than Hamas.
All right. That is perhaps even the framing, the mere framing of the players is key in understanding the bigger picture. Well, back to the Google Docs, Ariel Osseron. There are some arguments already, I wouldn't say claims that Israel is saying its say when it comes to the bullet points presented by the Trump administration, as it should.
Not just saying its say, but getting its way. And that is the accusation, that the Trump team has really adopted the Israeli position, and this has Arab leaders on their back foot. According to Qatar's Al Arabi Al Jadid, there's accusations going around that these changes have rendered the deal meaningless, that, as Mike described, it was included with Israeli wording that is intentionally vague, ambiguity added that will make it more complicated to enforce, and riddled with so many pitfalls throughout the way that it is not clear how it could be implemented. So to that end, President Trump is going to speak with the Emir of Qatar over the phone prior to his meeting with Netanyahu to kind of settle to calm tensions and to make sure that the Qataris and the other Arab parties who asked for their own amendments to the proposal. We mustn't forget that this isn't just the United States brought something and Israel made the changes. First, it was introduced with changes brought forth by Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and now it's going to Israel.
So this ambiguity is serving everyone and yet is a risk for everyone.
So the accusation is that this ambiguity is serving Israel alone, that the only clear mechanisms that are currently in play in this, if we're going to continue with the analogy, this Google document, the only clear mechanisms are with regards to the release of the hostages and the entry of humanitarian aid. Everything else, as Mike described, is completely up in the air, vague, unclear. Now, he also touched on Hamas, saying that they didn't even see the deal. Now, this is remarkable because what Hamas is saying is that we didn't see the deal yet. We're going to get it from the mediators, but we are going to ask for amendments with regards to weapons, with regards to the exile of our leaders. Specifically, they want a clear timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces, because as this deal was proposed originally, it had red lines that are against both what Israel wants and what Hamas wants. The Hamas red lines are that it doesn't include a clear timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces. The Israeli red lines are the reintroduction of the Palestinian Authority into the Gaza Strip. If we're looking at what the Arab leaders are saying, then it is clear that there has been some amendments made on the Israeli side to tackle with their red lines, but there's still the turn for Hamas.
The counterclaim here could be on the issue of Hamas disarmament at the moment, or at least according to what was reported as the current bullet point is that it is talking about offensive weapons, but maintaining defensive weapons.
And not disarmament, but laying down the weapons.
So
where they're going to lay them down and who is going to watch them when they're on the floor. There's so many questions that are still up in the air. I think we are only at the beginning of this back and forth with this negotiation. This is not going to be immediate, but this is the framework that all sides, this is the Google Doc that all sides are working on. And it's going to take still some pushing and shoving to get what each side wants.
But if I'm putting back the critical thinking hat that you're urging us to put on, Ms. Berkovich, if it is a pre-orchestrated dance, if you will, maybe the Arab countries' resistance or pushback, suggesting Israel made its claims and this is maybe it is all part of the attempt to just this negotiation notion that you don't seek a win-win, but rather a situation in which both sides are as equally upset.
Absolutely. And that's totally consistent with what Caroline Leavitt, at the White House press secretary, said earlier today. You know, she said, we're really close and it looks like we're going to get there. And it's likely, you know, nobody's better at making a deal than President Trump. And it's likely that should he be able to close this deal on Monday, as we expect, that everyone will walk away from the table a little disappointed.
Which is a good thing, so to speak, but from the mediators' standpoint.
Yeah, I hate to be the cynic here, but I mean, I do think that obviously there's some real negotiation, but I think a lot of it is kind of, you know, being played out as agreed.
All right. So speaking of, another element is the domestic scene here in Israel. We want to turn now to Senior General of the Yediot Ahronoth Daily, Ben-Dror Yamini. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamini, for your time tonight. Crucial hours. We cannot even our inclination to use lots of superlatives. These are crucial hours nowadays at this point in time. Let's start with the end. If the Trump outline is presented as is, Netanyahu is going to say what?
According to all the reports coming from Washington, Netanyahu is going to say yes, but he's not alone, as we all know, in this government. I mean, he has a kind of right-wing coalition. He has problems in his own party. We always speak about Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, but we tend to forget that actually half of the Likud Knesset members, they are totally became Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. I mean, they are the real leaders, so we cannot ignore it. What will happen, we don't know. I must say something with the whole conception of that the Hamas is under pressure. No, Hamas is not under pressure. Israel is under pressure, and I want to explain why is it that Israel is under pressure. Because actually, the whole conception of Israel that, if you use more arms and if you destroy more buildings, Hamas will be under pressure. This is the biggest mistake. This is the biggest mistake, because actually that's exactly what the Hamas wants. Yes, Hamas wants destruction, because destruction is destroying Israel. We know exactly where we are, speaking from the international point of view. Speaking about the upcoming sanctions against Israel, it's not only something for the future, it's something which is happening. This is what the Hamas wanted in the first place. Now, we think that if we will put more pressure, the Hamas will give us more concessions and will compromise. No, it's not the case, because we see what happened in the last 2 years. We are speaking about what? About a huge destruction. Yes, because of them. But this is the whole strategy of the Islamic Jihad. This is the conception. They want destruction in order that campaigns like genocide and starvation will work. And as we know, they are working. Even Italy, with this right-wing government in Italy, the prime minister just declared that they will join partly sanctions against Israel. This is the victory of Hamas. We have to understand it. Unfortunately, it looks to me that this government continue with the same kind of conception that is the wrong one.
Because again, this objective that Hamas seeks the rehabilitation of the Strip and not the exact opposite. But I do want us, let me just before update you and our viewers that Netanyahu just landed in Washington, D.C. From New York, en route now to the White House, to the big meeting that is expected to take place in less than an hour from now. So, Mr. Yamini, politically speaking, for Netanyahu, there is a double-edged sword here. Should he say yes, his coalition partners might say goodbye. And as you've mentioned, it's not just his coalition partners, but maybe members of his own party that are perhaps more limited in their leeway, but might very well make their case.
Yeah, it's very interesting because actually there is. I hear and read many journalists and many commentators, and they're all optimistic that here we are almost at the end of the process. No, it's not. It's going to be much more difficult than one would think. Also because of internal reasons, also because of political reasons. We know exactly what we have. Now, until now, we have to face the fact that Netanyahu, many times when he had to take decisions, he preferred this coalition. He preferred this coalition and not ending the war when it was highly necessary to end this war or to receive a kind of ceasefire or to release hostages. We know it. And the pressure will come. And we saw exactly what happened yesterday. A huge delegation from Judea and Samaria arrived to his hotel in New York. They have to go all the way in order to convince him. Yes, they do. And they think that they have some influence. So it's not finished until we will see the hostages released. It's not finished yet. So I want to be optimistic. I have good reasons, even personal reasons that I will not get into it now, that the war will end as soon as possible. But we have to look at the facts. We have to look at what happened in the last 2 years. We have to look at not only the Israeli politics, but the international politics. Yeah. It's very interesting. One point, speaking about politics, it's also in the United States.
Absolutely. It's everywhere.
The public opinion is changing in the United States. And I think Trump is aware, maybe not Netanyahu, but Trump is completely aware. Just lately, I don't know exactly, it was a few hours ago, that Tucker Carlson again vilified Netanyahu in a way that is just unbelievable. and this person with so many millions of supporters, that are all of them are coming from the Republican Party.
Reality and perception of reality, both shifting a pendulum time and time again. Ben Rimini, Senior Journalist at Yediot Ahronoth Daily, thank you very much for your time and for your insight. We appreciate it, as per always. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
And hopefully your optimism will prevail. Well, it might feel like a long, long time ago, but it was only Friday when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took the green marble podium, denouncing Western countries for embracing Palestinian statehood, accusing them of sending a message that murdering Jews pays off, as simply as that. Let's take a listen.
So here's the uncomfortable truth. The persistent Palestinian rejection of a Jewish state in any boundary is what has driven this conflict for over a century. It is still driving it. It's not the absence of a Palestinian state. It's the presence and existence of a Jewish state.
Yes, so these are the remarks, parts of the remarks back then. Fast forwarding to today, Ms. Vivian Berkovich, New Zealand is saying no to recognition and is being scrutinized for making this decision. So it seems that, again, if we are talking about the zeitgeist or the common state of mind at the moment, Western countries are choosing recognition.
Yes, and Canada, where I come from, and Prime Minister Mark Carney is leading the charge. He likes to get out ahead, and he was the first one to come out on Sunday the 21st and say, we're going to recognize Palestine, no conditions.
Yeah.
So it's New Zealand, but it's also Japan that's
staying on defense.
Exactly, exactly.
But the momentum, unfortunately, is clear at this point in time. And interestingly enough, at a time where the Israeli consensus could not have been further away from that bid to recognize a Palestinian state. We want to cross now live to Hosset Square in Tel Aviv. I-24 News correspondent Joe Bryan joining us live from there. The emotional roller coaster, Joe, continues today, very much so.
Very much so. There is a tense feeling at the air here in Hostages Square as people are awaiting for the Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump meeting, which will happen in around about 30 minutes to an hour, followed by a statement from both of them in which they are hoping that there will be a deal of some kind or an agreement on the Israeli end at the very least. Now, over 50% of the Israeli public say that they want to have some kind of deal which aligns with the Witkoff 21-point deal. There are still some disagreements among the Israeli public about how far they would go to get the deal. The Israeli public wants to get all the hostages out of Gaza, all 48 of whom dead or alive. But there is a disagreement on to whether this should include a Palestinian state as part of the negotiations, or whether it should involve the ending of fighting in the Gaza Strip, putting a complete halt to it. And that, to an extent, mirrors the Israeli government as well. You were just speaking about this earlier with a massive rift in the governing coalition between the far-right parties who want to have the continuation of fighting in the Gaza Strip and do not want a deal, as opposed to the, or some Likudniks at the very least, those who are loyal to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who want to get the deal over the line. And the hostage families are becoming desperate. That's the main word that I'm sensing from them. Multiple statements over the last 24 hours dedicated to President Donald Trump, as they know that he is the one who is able to put the pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. They know that their words fall on deaf ears, so they believe that these messages to Donald Trump, Steve Witkoff has mentioned that the hostage families are telling these to Trump. They are hoping that this will finally put the president in their favor and that a deal can be announced at some point within the next hour or so.
I-24 News correspondent Joe Brown, live for us from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for this. Really, in a sentence, Ms. Berkovich, we are nearing the meeting itself. Help us navigate our expectations. What should we expect to come out concrete?
I think that there's tremendous momentum and intention on the part of America, Israel, and key Arab states. And when I say key Arab states, I'm referring to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE to get to a yes. I think Qatar might be an outlier. the fact that Hamas may or may not have seen the agreement yet, and I'm not sure I believe that, but if the Hamas hasn't seen the agreement yet, I think Qatar is the big problem.
Right.
And, we tend to forget that Qatar is the main sponsor financially and diplomatically and supporter of all of these terrorist groups. But, as somebody said recently, which I thought really nailed it, they're the Houthis in well-cut suits.
Well, unfortunately, this analysis was relevant and still is relevant from 2 years ago until this very day. Ms. Vivian Bekrovich, former Canadian ambassador to Israel, founder of State of Tel Aviv Media. Thank you very much for being with us. Ariel Lasser on I-24 News, senior Middle East correspondent. You're staying with us because we will be back at the top of the hour with all the live updates from the Trump-Netanyahu summit that is about to get underway in less than an hour from now. Thank you very much for joining us.
Are high interest rates keeping you from selling your home? We have a way to get you more money for your home while saving thousands in commissions. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent who will sell your home fast, for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We paid a 2% commission, which I don't think we would have had with any other agent, and we got top dollar for our house, and we are just so happy about it, and the results were fantastic.
Ideal Agent connected me with the top 1% agent in my market, and I actually got it at a discount, and I saved about $12,500, which is unheard of when you're working with the top producer in any industry.
We've helped tens of thousands of home sellers get 5-star results with top-performing experts you can trust. We guarantee it. Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Israel continues to fight for its survival and its right to exist. The moment to act is now. Your investment sends a clear message. Israel is not alone. Go to israelbonds.com or scan the on-screen QR code to invest in Israel bonds now.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing I-24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the I-24 News app today.
on the countdown.
Welcome to this special broadcast here on I-24 News as we are awaiting the meeting, yet another summit between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House. Netanyahu has already landed in Washington, D.C. From New York, heading from the airport to the White House as we speak. And with us here tonight at 24 News, senior correspondent Owen Alterman to talk about everything that is expected, what is on the table, what is off the table, and as we will be bringing you those images live as they happen. So, Owen, Netanyahu is not just going to meet the president himself, but also to get more familiar with the 21 bullet points.
Look, Ellie, I think we can't underestimate, just how much drama there is in Israel. A real sense of drama as Netanyahu in the next few minutes is expected to get to the White House, to go through those doors, to the snapshots of the photographers and of the journalists there, to go into the Oval Office. Currently, by the way, closed to media, but we know Donald Trump, so we'll see. Maybe he'll open it up. But at any rate, a real sense of drama, a real sense that we don't know what's going to happen. What is Netanyahu going to say? What exactly is Trump going to present? Donald Trump, by the way, just a few moments ago, according to our own reporting and the reporting of news outlets around the country, was speaking with the Emir of Qatar. That leads to obviously a lot of concern and nervousness here in Israel, given Qatar's role over the last 2 years. Right. But at any rate, we know there are 21 points in the plan, Ellie. We don't know exactly what those 21 points are, and there are conflicting reports about a number of those points, and that just adds to the sense of drama and suspense.
But it is unlikely that there will be surprises at this point in time, and Netanyahu is making his way, as said, to the Oval, knowing what is going to be presented, all the red tape, if you will, this ongoing Google Docs for all the mediators to put their take, and it's already done essentially.
One would imagine, but we know how this president works. We know how this administration works. We know just how many talks there have been over the course of the last day, right? Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner going to Netanyahu's hotel yesterday for marathon meetings with him about some of these points, trying to nail this down, getting to agreement. And then we had Netanyahu going on Fox News yesterday for really an impromptu interview, it seems like, Ellie, and essentially saying this deal is not yet done. We are still talking about this. I'm hoping that this will be a go. Netanyahu using his colloquial English as only he can oftentimes. But again, saying that this is not for sure. And by the way, Ellie, Netanyahu asked in that, I have to say, excellent interview that was done on Fox News, asked about his relationship with Trump, and you could just see his body language for that split second when he got the question, just how much he hesitated. And then he said, we don't agree on everything, but we agree on the substance, Ellie, trying to maintain that good relationship through what seems to be a very difficult negotiation. And one last point, the White House raising the bar here, right? Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, over the last few hours, putting out news article after news article, talking about how optimistic the president is and his expectation, Ellie, that both sides are going to agree.
So you've mentioned the personal relationship here, Owen. Are we overestimating it or underestimating the importance of personal dynamics here? Because I really cannot count, not sure you can either, count how many summits as such you've been covering till this day. How much about it is the personal connection?
Well, listen, it's an excellent question with an important nuance, because in the age of Donald Trump, we talk a lot about the personal connection. Because of how centralized the decision-making is in this administration, how large of a personality Donald Trump is, how much, again, he concentrates the main decisions in his own hands, and how much he likes to drive drama and suspense. And there's no moment, Ellie, no moment maybe better than this one where that is really brought out, where there's a genuine sense of drama about what's going to happen and a genuine sense of the unknown that this president loves, because it brings attention to what he does and it brings passion to the work. That said, of course, there are still national interests, right?
Exactly.
Donald
when you
Trump
make everything personal, it compromises the essence of policy, essentially.
Donald Trump lives in Washington, Ellie, not Jerusalem. His supporters live in Appalachia and in factory towns all around the American Midwest. They don't live in Sderot. They don't live in Kiryat Shmona. They don't live here in Jaffa either. So obviously there are differences in the way that these two countries look at the world. They have different interests in the Middle East. Look, Donald Trump is speaking with the Emir of Qatar, okay?
Right.
Benjamin Netanyahu isn't. That's not his consultation before this meeting. I think that tells you all you need to know about how, even though these countries are close allies and close partners,
nor with
they
Turkish
obviously have
President
different
Erdogan.
interests. Of course.
So it's this web of diplomatic and geopolitical interests here. And in this respect, Owen, you know, even the mere framing of the question, because circling back to the personal element here, we keep on framing the question as such: can Benjamin Netanyahu really say no to Donald Trump? And again, the mere phrasing here suggests that perhaps Israel sees itself as if it was an American province, as if it was another state, and not as a sovereign country that has its own national security and diplomatic interests.
You know, I'm going to go with the phrasing of your question, Ellie. Can Netanyahu really say no? The answer is he can't say no, but maybe he can really say no, right? He can't say no. He has to say yes, but maybe he can really say no, as Hamas has been so habituated to do over the course of this war, saying yes to every plan so that it's painted as the good guy, so it's not being obstructionist, so it's in Trump's good graces, but in the substance, having enough reservations so that the yes is hollow, right? And that may well be Netanyahu's strategy, both diplomatically and, of course, politically, here in Israel, within his own coalition and among the Israeli public, because I remind all of us, according to at least some reporting on the contents of this deal, and in my mind, Ellie, this is the key point to be focused on, they do not require the disarmament of Hamas. The discussion is about destroying Hamas's offensive weaponry, offensive military weaponry, okay, including the tunnels, fine, but that still means, Ellie, pay attention, that on the day after this plan, in my reading of some of the text, Hamas could have a victory parade on the streets of Gaza with masks and with guns, and that would be allowed under this plan. Imagine the political implications and the political impact for Netanyahu here in Israel, both on the right and among the opposition.
But it's not just the immediate aftermath of such a scenario for Netanyahu and his government. It's for what Israel has been through and will have to face for years to come now. And this takes us to another crucial element within the frameworks of those 21 bullet points. Ambiguity serves negotiations until point X, and from point X onwards, it is a double-edged sword, and perhaps the ambiguity here, the vagueness of the phrasing of the 21 bullet points at this point in time, when the framing is we're about to reach a deal, is too much. It's too much.
You know, I'm going to go back to the, as we say in Hebrew, the reisha, not the sefer, the first part, not the second part, but they're connected. Look, there has been a tension from the first weeks of this war in the way Netanyahu defined victory. And Ellie, we would talk about this in the studio of our English channel back in October of 2023. One line of thought was a very concrete set of objectives, right? And the key point here, Hamas would no longer function in the Gaza Strip as an army, and it would no longer function as a government. That didn't mean that there wouldn't be a terrorist out there with a gun. It doesn't mean there wouldn't even be guerrilla groups out there acting together in bands. But there wouldn't be a military structure with brigades and commanders and a command structure the way Hamas has. And also Hamas wouldn't function as a government with ministries. That was one way of describing victory. The other way of describing victory, the phrase in Hebrew, hanitzachon muchlat, the total victory, right? An impressionistic victory, a picture of victory, tmunat hanitzachon, to use that Hebrew phrase. These are two different ways of describing victory. And this plan drives the wedge between both of them, because at the former, Ellie, this plan achieves the objective, right? It doesn't disarm Hamas, but disarming Hamas wasn't part of the objective of the war. Only that Hamas is not an army. Not that Hamas doesn't have any guns. But on the other hand, and the impressionistic part of the total victory, the nitzachon muchlat, tmunat nitzachon, the picture of victory, the image of victory, if in fact Hamas can have a victory parade on the streets of Gaza City, marching with their guns and their masks, and that's my reading of this plan, of course that would not be considered victory, and that may be the kind of image that Netanyahu will be focused on and have to weigh heavily on his mind as he soon walks through those doors of the White House.
Yes, we do have this, the camera pointed out that the entrance to the White House there where Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to arrive very soon. Owen Alterman, I-24 News senior correspondent. Thank you very much for this analysis here. Of course, to continue to help us unfold and unpack what is to happen in this meeting. Thank you very much.
And we'll all be around throughout the next few hours to give you everything you need to know, because again, there's real drama and suspense. So stay with us.
This time for real, not the usual heads up, but this time it is indeed a crucial hour. Thank you very much, Owen Alterman, for this. We want to welcome now Asher Friedman to help us better understand what is at stake, what is on the table, what is off the table. As said, Executive Director, the Misgav Institute for National Security. Thank you very much, Mr. Friedman, for joining us tonight. So as said, U.S. President Donald Trump is reportedly speaking with the Emir of Qatar just moments before this meeting between the President and the Israeli Premier. How do you see this perhaps well-orchestrated dance, if you will, between all the different elements, the mediators and the stakeholders, of course?
Thank you very much for having me on. And as I think Owen pointed out, the different players have different interests. We should be clear that while Qatar sees itself as a close ally of the United States, its interest has been and remains ensuring that Hamas survives and remains the dominant power on the ground in Gaza. And that is exactly as we were discussing, the question of what do these 21 points contain? There's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot that may have changed over the last 24 hours. What kind of demilitarization, if at all, are we talking about? What kind of possibility of establishing a transitional authority in parts of Gaza while Hamas still controls other parts of Gaza? Will Hamas release all 20 living hostages? I think that it's quite unlikely. These are all question marks.
But you know, Mr. Friedman, I think that at this point in time, we perhaps need to challenge our own positions. And what I mean by saying that is that, well, we're talking about the rehabilitation of the Gaza Strip as an objective desired by Hamas. We need to think again, maybe, is it really a desired objective by Hamas? Maybe it is better off, well, the Strip is in dire straits.
It's because Hamas is willing to allow technocrats, PA, whoever, to be the civilian administrators of the Gaza Strip. It said that from the outset. The idea of Hamas not being part of the governing structure, Hamas is happy for that. What Hamas wants to do is remain the dominant military force de facto on the ground, the one who really pulls the strings, the people who can take all of the humanitarian aid, all of the heavy equipment and the cement and the electronics that will come in as if to rebuild the Strip and use it to rebuild its military capabilities. That's Hamas's goal.
So, Mr. Friedman, as we are all trying to get a better understanding of what the frameworks really entails, it seems that the negotiation modus operandi, if you will, is to create a situation, and perhaps the best indication for that was in what Ms. Levitt, the speaker of the spokesperson of the White House, said a short time ago, is that that the goal is to have both sides as equally unsatisfied, so to speak.
Obviously, in negotiations, neither side is going to get everything that it wants, and that makes sense, and that's fine. The question again is, are we agreeing to a deal that will satisfy Israel's minimal conditions of obviously bringing our hostages home and not having Gaza once again become a severe threat to Israel within a short period of time? It should be clear that Israel cannot rely on Egyptian soldiers or Indonesian soldiers to do the hard work of actually disarming Hamas. The only entity, the only power that can do that is the state of Israel. If this plan truly envisions the disarming of Hamas and getting our hostages back, then that should meet Israel's minimum conditions. If not, then we are likely only to be in another devastating conflict within a short period of, in a matter of months or years.
All right, we'll just update that Guy Israel, diplomatic correspondent for our fellow Hebrew channel, is reporting from the White House that there's something going on. The convoy is outside, so we are really nearing crunch time, the moment where the meeting will begin. Mr. Friedman, before we let you go, help us navigate our expectations. What would be considered a success? What would be considered less so?
What would be considered success is if there are clear demands of Hamas. If it's clear that Hamas must release all 20 hostages, we see Hamas is already playing games. We don't know where they all are. We can't find them. Israel has to leave first, and then we'll look for them. It has to be clear. Hamas must release all 20 living hostages and must commit to returning all 48 hostages. And it must be clear that Hamas can no longer exist as the dominant armed power on the ground in Gaza. If those conditions are made absolutely clear, then we'll have to see if Hamas agrees to them, doesn't agree to them, but then I think that will be a successful outcome for for Israel. If those questions remain ambiguous, if there are demands of Israel, but those requirements of Hamas are not clear, then I think Israel will find itself in a difficult dilemma.
Mr. Asher Friedman, Executive Director at the Mizgav Institute for National Security, thank you very much for joining us tonight as we are awaiting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrive at the White House any moment now. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much.
Asher Friedman.
Thank you.
Joining us now here to this on our special broadcast, I-24 News Senior Middle East Correspondent Ariel Osran. Thank you very much for joining us. So, Ariel, we cannot, of course, avoid the context, and the context is the bid for greater, wider normalization in the region. The expansion of the Abraham Accords does not belong to the past, but rather to the future. And one of the follow-up questions must be whether this framework leads us there.
Well, what is necessary, whether it's this framework or any other framework, is for the war in Gaza to end. As long as there are daily images of death and destruction coming out of the Gaza Strip, there is no Arab country that is considering or willing to consider even establishing formal diplomatic ties with Israel. And Israel has been informed as such by not only Saudi Arabia, but also by other countries. Now, the question, I think, in this point in time, unfortunately, Ellie, the circle of normalization is heading towards shrinkage rather than expansion, because currently the main members of the Abraham Accords, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, they are warning Israel that if they move forward with annexation,
not
they
only
might
risking
withdraw.
not expanding, but rather
So if Israel moves forward with West Bank annexation, they will withdraw from the Abraham Accords. This is what I'm hearing from a Saudi source very close to the Saudi royal court. We've heard the Emiratis warn that annexation is a red line, but they're not alone here. This would mean a complete collapse of the Abraham Accords. In order to expand it, you need to first end the war in Gaza. What the Saudis want to see, they want to see what is encapsulated in some elements in this proposal, as you're alluding to, some steps that would reintroduce the Palestinian Authority into the Gaza Strip, which has been stated as a red line of Israel. But I think if we want to frame this recent wave of recognition of Palestinian statehood, let's put aside the fact that it doesn't really mean anything on the ground. It doesn't change the reality of these recognitions, but it is a signal to Israel and also priming the Palestinian Authority to return, but signaling to Israel that if you want normalization, if you want to expand, this is something that you're going to have to accept.
So if you will, to an extent, if one would want to pursue a PhD but is yet to complete his master's degree thesis, would start the PhD while completing the thesis as they go. So here they say the framework, if you want to do normalization, let's start working.
If you want to bake a roast in the oven, you have to turn it on first.
Oh, this is a much better analogy than me trying to pursue an academic career. Well, Ariel, as we speak, President Trump is, of course, readying Prime Minister Netanyahu to arrive any moment now, but he did speak over the phone with the Emir of Qatar. And as we speak here, it's the Hamas delegation that arrives in Doha to essentially get the mirror image of what we're to see at the Oval.
Yeah, they've been saying throughout the day that they have not yet seen this Trump proposal, yet saying what demands they're going to make for amendments, saying that they're going to demand amendments on the issue of disarmament, without even seeing it, on disarmament, on the exile of its leaders, on demanding guarantees for a time frame for Israeli withdrawal. And if we talked about Israeli red lines that are in this deal, so this is one of Hamas's red lines. They, so far throughout this war, have stated clearly that they will not agree to any proposal to end the war without the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces. Now, they are demanding a clear timeline with American guarantees, and this phone call between President Trump and Sheikh Tamim, the Emir of Qatar, is taking place at the backdrop of concerns among Arab leaders that the proposal that was presented to them last week on the sidelines of the UN is no longer relevant to American-Israeli changes.
To point out our intention, U.S. President Donald Trump is physically awaiting for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrive. And here we can see the convoy entering the White House. Evidently, Donald Trump is standing there all alone, standing tall, waiting for the Prime Minister to exit the car, which is about to happen any second now after his speech at the UN. There we go. Yet another meeting between the two leaders who's been in close touch ever since Trump returned to office.
This is the fourth meeting. This is
unprecedented,
unheard of.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about the dynamics between the two. Oh, maybe we can hear what the president is saying. Yeah. No, the president was saying something. Our lip reading abilities are not as skillful as needed yet.
Not since the latest surgery.
Yes, exactly. But the two leaders are now back at it, sitting together after their teams did the due diligence. I think we could have seen their Minister Ron Dermer, the Chief of Staff Tzachi Braverman, etc. The delegations, the teams that have been working very closely in the last few months over the attempt to secure some sort of a deal that will enable, first and foremost, the release of the hostages, and then, of course, the conclusion of the operation in Gaza, while ensuring Hamas will no longer be the ruler there. So the meeting is currently underway. Ariel?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Ellie, because the whole framing of this proposal is conditional on Hamas giving up control in the Gaza Strip. I mean, that is a given. You could say even a precondition brought forth by Trump, which it appears that the Arab leaders have agreed to, and a very fascinating dynamic is emerging here. Basically, President Trump is the main negotiator here. No longer Witkoff, no longer meetings in Doha, in Qatar. It's President Trump. There are some in Israel who are saying that this proposal was drawn up by Ron Dermer, the Minister for Strategic Affairs, but it is at least being presented to the public as President Trump's proposal.
Well, the question is who's owning it, not who drafted it. And if Trump is owning it, then it's his deal.
Exactly. So he showed it to Arab leaders. They proposed their amendments. Then he's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. They're going to hash out the Israeli demands. I doubt President Trump is going to meet with Khalil al-Haya, the chief negotiator of Hamas, who we have not seen since the Israeli strike a few weeks ago in Qatar. But ultimately, this is something that President Trump is leading by himself. And I think this it just shows how much clout he is trying to push here in order to get this over the finish line.
This is crunch time for Trump. His attention span might not stay in the Middle East for much longer if things are not moving forward. But I do want to circle back to the beginning of your statement here, Ariel Osseron, saying that the deal should be framed as such, not a framework to end the war in Gaza, but a framework to end the Hamas rule in Gaza, and a deal that is aimed at releasing the hostages. And the title here, the subtitles are crucial.
It is very crucial, and ultimately this is the way that I think President Trump is trying to help Prime Minister Netanyahu to sell this to the Israeli public.
To seal and sell the deal.
Exactly. And that is critical, because throughout this war, if we talked about what Hamas was saying, so Prime Minister Netanyahu has continuously talked about this complete, total victory over Hamas. And when you have Hamas relinquishing control, disarming or laying down their weapons following the amendments brought forth by the Arab leaders, this is something that, and obviously the release of the hostages, this answers the main war goals of Israel.
It simply cannot end without it.
Of no military threat from Gaza, and the release of the hostages. Those are Israel's declared war goals, and ostensibly this proposal, as is right now, answers those. And so that is what is critical, I think, for Prime Minister Netanyahu to sell this to the public. But again, we have not even heard the feedback from Hamas yet.
No, we have yet to hear the feedback from Hamas, but they did say even before seeing the document that they already have something to say about it.
Exactly.
So Mike Wagenheim, I-24 News senior U.S. correspondent, is standing by right there at the White House, no longer awaiting the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is very much there already in the room with U.S. President Donald Trump. Mike, so give us the agenda plan from this point onwards.
Not so definitive at this point in time. We understand that President Trump was on the phone earlier with the Emir of Qatar discussing some points of concern based on negotiations that took place last night in New York between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Steve Witkoff, the special envoy.
Well, Mike Wagenheim, unfortunately, we cannot hear you properly, but we will be adjusting or reconnecting to you later so we can properly hear what you said, what the U.S. president had to say while Netanyahu was, he greeted Netanyahu as he was walking in. I-24 News' senior Middle East correspondent Ari Lasser, and you, of course, continue to cover this meeting that is unfolding as we speak. Laura Sellier will take the lead right after this very short break as we continue to cover the summit, yet another summit between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House as we speak. Started really short moments ago, and a long day is still ahead, so do stay tuned, either watching us live here or by following us online at 24news.tv. Thank you very much for joining us. Laura Sellier will be here right after the break.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית. אולי יצאו יותר טוב, משה. גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו שדה הסעה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
to this special program on I24 News. I'm Laura Sellier. US President Donald Trump is meeting with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who in the last few minutes arrived at the White House. President Trump is presenting his plan to end the war in Gaza. Trump unveiled that 21-point plan to Arab leaders on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly last week. And there you can see Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump meeting just a few moments ago. They've now gone behind closed doors for a meeting to talk about Trump's 21-point plan. What do we know about that plan? Well, according to reports, it stipulates that Hamas would have to release all 48 of the hostages on day one, and the IDF would have to commit to a phased withdrawal from the Strip. According to President Trump, Arab leaders and Israel are on board. But Prime Minister Netanyahu told US media last night that the plan hadn't been finalised in his eyes, and there are reports that he's been pushing for changes. Well, a Hamas official told Saudi media that it is open to the proposal but will insist on guarantees for a complete Israeli withdrawal. And earlier, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt had this to say.
Why it's 21 points. It's very detailed. It's comprehensive. The president has been working tirelessly on this. He speaks to, Prime Minister Netanyahu all of the time. Of course, he's in constant correspondence, but he's also taken a lot of time to speak with our Arab partners and allies in the Middle East. He met with them at UNGA in New York City last week to hear them out. We've obviously had direct and indirect conversations with Hamas as well. And ultimately, the president knows when you get to a good deal, both sides are going to leave a little bit unhappy. But we need this conflict to end. The president's made that very clear. He wants to see the killing stop.
Well, let's head right now over to the White House. Our senior US correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, standing by for us now. So, Mike, we hear that President Trump had to have a last-minute phone conversation with the Emir of Qatar before he met with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
That's right. Last night in New York, negotiations went deep into the evening between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Steve Witkoff, the White House Special Envoy for Special Missions, and Jared Kushner, Trump's former senior advisor / son-in-law, working out some of the details. But as those details of the plan changed, well, potentially Arab support for the plan would have lessened a little bit as well. So back again to the Arab side today, specifically the Emir of Qatar, the UAE, also involved in these discussions and trying to make sure that what was tweaked, so to speak, last night in New York is still agreeable to the Arab world, or at least those leaders that have been involved in these discussions and have been able to get back behind the plan so far. And so there's that back and forth still happening, even though it's counting down to this press conference, which is supposed to have some grand announcement of a deal attached to it, where Caroline Leavitt earlier say basically this is the best it's going to get. But what exactly are we talking about here in terms of it's always in the details. The devil's always in the details with these particular agreements. So again, now Netanyahu and Trump meeting here in the Oval Office behind us, sorting out what's what and making sure, again, what's agreeable to the Americans and the Israelis also will have that critical Arab support to it as well.
And Mike, President Trump says he's very confident that there will be a deal. He's also said in the last couple of days he doesn't believe that this will just end the war in Gaza. He says this is the beginning of something that will transform the entire Middle East. I mean, just how ambitious a plan is this?
I mean, that's the goal here for Trump, certainly. And when you lay it out, if everything falls into place, certainly it would be transformative in a reconstruction of Gaza, in a disarmed Hamas, and a reformed, so to speak, if that's possible, Palestinian Authority that would be put in charge, and then the avenues to potential further normalization open up, of course, if everything falls into plan, all 21 points or even 15 or 16 of them, sure, it certainly opens up the door, but there are always those hiccups along the way and those undefined parameters. Well, when exactly does the IDF completely withdraw from Gaza? What defines a reformed Palestinian Authority? When can you consider Gaza de-radicalized, which is part of the equation? How much support militarily will the Arab countries provide to secure Israel in this potential deal? these things are within the plan and they're ambitious, but again, how much of those things are actually locked in and defined so that you can actually tell you have a barometer of success or lack thereof, that's also critical as well.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. We'll be checking back in with Mike throughout the programme. Mike Wagenheim there, right outside the White House. Well, with me in the studio this hour, our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, and our senior diplomatic affairs correspondent, Owen Alterman. Welcome to you both. Owen, a great deal of optimism as Prime Minister Netanyahu arrives at the White House. Does it look as though it is going to go through this time after so many false starts?
I think we just heard from Mike, Laura, this is a moving target. And I think the public debate in Israel over this plan, in a sense, hasn't even really started because we don't know exactly what's in it. I mean, to add to the many questions that Mike laid out, in my mind, maybe the central question, is Hamas supposed to be disarmed under this plan or not? Right? According to at least one version that was put out there, the answer was no. Only offensive military infrastructure was supposed to be taken apart. Okay, including the tunnels, and that's not unimportant. But that still means, Laura, as I was saying earlier in our broadcast, that in my reading of that plan, Hamas members on the day after this plan could put on masks and march with guns and having a victory parade through the streets of Gaza City, through the rubble and all, and that would be allowed. Is that something the Israeli public is willing, is that a frog the Israeli public is willing to swallow or not? So again, it's a moving target, and therefore it's hard to say. But I think we have to emphasize, and we can't understate just how much drama there is around this. There's a genuine sense of drama and a genuine sense of suspense as we watch Netanyahu and Trump going into the White House. By the way, still behind closed doors. It's not unimportant. This is a president where even if his daily guidance in his press schedule says that the Oval Office meeting is closed to press, he often opens it. He may well still do that.
Think about the Zelensky meeting, for example.
And not only, there are innumerable meetings, including the dinner with Netanyahu that Mike was at in the last visit that was open to press in an impromptu way. So again, we can't discount that could happen, but it hasn't happened yet, which suggests, as Mike was hinting, that there are still parts that need to be worked out. There's still substance that needs to be done. This isn't, as so often happens in the Trump era, this isn't a summit where all is prepared in advance and the meeting is ceremonial. The meeting may not be ceremonial and may be substantive, leading into that press conference where, again, they'll have to call balls and strikes and they'll have to answer the questions.
Could be a work in progress as the Prime Minister meets with President Trump behind closed doors. And Ariel, there are reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu is holding out for certain elements, and that is he really wants to reduce any future role for Qatar and for the Palestinian Authority when it comes to running affairs in Gaza on the day after.
The former is a possibility. The latter is impossible, according to this proposal that is currently on the table. I mean, in both versions that have been leaked to the public so far, one, the initial version presented by President Trump to Arab leaders last week on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, as well as the version following the amendments brought forth by Egypt, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. The Palestinian Authority has an actual role inside the Gaza Strip in the day after. And not only are they going to run administration there, but we also know that there are currently 10,000 Palestinian security personnel who are being trained in Egypt to assume this policing role that obviously, we know that in the Gaza Strip there's no vacuum, and for Hamas to relinquish control, there needs to be someone else to assume said control. If they don't do that, then simply Hamas will reemerge and remain the de facto force on the ground. And so for that to not happen, there's going to be multiple areas where the PA is being reintroduced. Now, we have to remember that this deal originally included red lines presented by both sides. For Hamas, the absence of a proper timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces, that goes against their key demands throughout the war. And for Israel, we are seeing that the reinstating of the Palestinian Authority is against, we could call it rhetorical red lines brought forth by Israel, but it doesn't go against the declared war goals of Israel. This deal allows Prime Minister Netanyahu to present this as Israel achieving its war goals, no Hamas in power, because that is what the main condition, perhaps the precondition of this deal is Hamas relinquishing control. they're going to be disarmed, laid down their weapons. That is still going to be hashed out, and the return of the hostages. That is an achievement of the war goals.
And it would be all of the hostages in one go, which is something the Prime Minister has been arguing for of late. Of course, they flipped positions, didn't they, Hamas and the Israeli government? First of all, Hamas was saying it wanted one deal to release all of the hostages, and then that became the Prime Minister's position. And that, of course, is the most important thing for the hostage families and, indeed, for most people in Israel, it has to be said. Owen.
An important provision for Israel, and there's no question about it, societally in Israel, to see all of the hostages coming back. Think about how powerful that's going to be, and seeing that enormous national wound that we can actually start to really have repaired. But going back to what Ariel was saying, because Ariel is right. If you look at Netanyahu's stated war goals, and the official war goals of the government, you're absolutely right. To stop Hamas functioning as an army and as a government, and this plan and all of its versions achieved that. But there was another way that Netanyahu always explained and described the victory, the nitzachon muchlat, the total victory. And that won't be achieved under this plan. And how does he then go to the public if, in fact, Hamas could actually have...
He never enunciated what that would look like.
Well, he never enunciated it because he never needed to enunciate it, Laura. It's something we would know when we saw it. It was a feeling. It was a feeling. It wasn't a goal that can be reduced to writing. It was a feeling. It was something that we would all feel when we got to the end of the war, much as happened after World War II and after other wars. And this plan doesn't provide for that. And to what extent is Netanyahu going to be willing to take on the political risks of following through with a deal like this? And one more word about Qatar and then the Gulf. Amichai Stein, our colleague from our sister Hebrew channel, reported that Qatar actually told, a source told him that Qatar said that it could get Hamas to agree to disarm under a deal, that it had the tools to convince Hamas. Maybe a way, this is Amichai's conclusion, I agree with him in our broadcast, maybe a way for Qatar to bid for a role in a post-war Gaza Strip, maybe against the odds. Very problematic for Israel. One final note, maybe it's that normalization that needs to be explicit, not implicit, to get Israel to sign on to this deal.
Yeah, Owen, it's not just the complete and total victory that Netanyahu stated and may not be achieved, but also what I started to say earlier, it's the fact that he said, no Abbas, no Hamas, no Palestinian Authority returning to the Gaza Strip and no Hamas staying there. We may find Abbas returning instead of Hamas in one way or another.
Right, and a lot of people will find that difficult to swallow. Of course, hundreds of IDF soldiers have fallen in Gaza. Many will find it difficult to see Mahmoud Abbas sweeping in to take over. But let's bring in Gidi Grinstein. He's a former peace negotiator under the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. He's also the author of Insight, Peacemaking in the Oslo Process, 30 years and counting. Welcome to the programme. Gidi, on what could be a very significant development in this conflict. Tell me, as someone who's worked in negotiations for many years, where do you see any potential pitfalls, any potential obstacles to this deal?
First of all, in negotiation, there is this concept called ZOPA, Zone of Possible Agreement. And the parties gravitate into the zone of possible agreement, which means they relinquish unrealistic expectations when they are exhausted. And this is what we're seeing right now. Hamas is really exhausted and decimated in Gaza. Israel is clear that it is not achieving the total victory and the goals, even the unspoken goals that the government probably had, which is to push out hundreds of thousands, if not more, Palestinians out of Gaza. That's not happening. Egypt held steady on the border. No other country would take them. So a lot of the initial aspirations, unrealistic aspirations, are being kind of contained, and therefore the parties are converging into the zone of possible agreement. The real challenge now is moving from a 21-point plan, which is basically an outline, to an agreement. And here there could be a number of pitfalls. Number one, who signs on the Palestinian side? Until now, the government of Israel said no Hamas, no Abbas, which means no entity on the Palestinian side can actually sign on the agreement. And the signing on the agreement here is really crucial, because otherwise there is this plan where there's no official Palestinian party to this plan. Maybe there are representatives like Qatar or Egypt, but it's not the Palestinian side. So very soon, as we move from the outline to the plan, there's going to have to be a decision. A, is it going to be an agreement? And B, who's signing on the Palestinian side? The second thing is political. This government of Israel was founded on the rejection of the idea that there are two indigenous people in the land, Israelis and Palestinians. And therefore, there was a rejection of the Oslo process and all other agreements relating to the self-determination of Palestinians and also a desire to demolish the Palestinian Authority. The events of the last few days are nothing short of extremely dramatic. When Trump effectively said there is not going to be annexation in the West Bank, this means that the West Bank is going to stay as a disputed territory as it has been since 1967.
And I just want to pick up on one other issue, which I've seen some analysts talking about the longer term plan for the region, and also about the West Bank and about Gaza and about the people who live there. Will those Palestinians still be considered refugees? And will they still be looked after by UNRWA, the UN agency, which has proven to be so infiltrated by Hamas? In the past 2 years.
First of all, I want to say about the ZOPA. We have described the ZOPA on your program multiple times in the past. And the idea is that when this international body, reconstruction body coming into Gaza, this is the historic opportunity, we spoke about it on your show, to actually push out UNRWA and to end key elements of the Palestinian refugee situation in Gaza. What I mean by that is, think about the Jabalia refugee camp. It's now going to be rebuilt. Is it being rebuilt as a refugee camp, or is it being rebuilt as a component of Gaza, of Palestinian Gaza? The people who will get a new home in the area that used to be Jabalia refugee camp, are they getting this new home as refugees, or are they getting this new home as owners of property that are no longer considered refugees? There is a historic opportunity here to diminish key aspects of the refugee problem. But that depends on another layer that has to come forward, and that is the fact that the Gaza and the West Bank are effectively being re-recognized as a single political unit of the Palestinian side, and therefore, consequently, down the road, the Palestinian side will have the ability to, will need to actually represent, the PLO and the PA will need to represent the Palestinians as we move toward the later part of the transition period in Gaza. So actually, we're looking at...
Yeah, you're talking about sorry, I just want to jump in because you're talking about what would be pretty painful concessions for both sides. It has to be said. And that would also require, down the road, the Palestinians giving up the right of return, which, as you know, has scuppered the peace process so many times.
Well, the right of return of the Palestinians can be realized to the Palestinian state. This is the end game of any political negotiations about permanent status. There could be a right of return for refugees to the Palestinian state and not to Israel. This has been the position of Prime Minister Barak, Prime Minister Olmert, President Clinton, President Trump in his peace plan of January 2020.
So you're potentially talking about 5 million Palestinians moving back to that area between the river and the sea.
Well, we assume that they're going to want to move back. Remember that 40% of them already live in that area, meaning 40% of them are in the West Bank and Gaza as we speak right now. So the reconstruction of Gaza and the construction or whatever of the West Bank already includes 40% of the refugees. 60% of the refugees are in Jordan, 40%, 10% in Syria, 10% in Lebanon. And the assumption is that most of them will want to stay. When Barak led the negotiations, Israel actually offered very significant incentives for Jordan to actually rehabilitate the refugees in Jordan. We're talking about I'm talking about 20 years ago, a $16 billion incentive for Jordan to rehabilitate the refugees in Jordan. And I think that this idea is still relevant. By the way, a lot of the ideas that were negotiated 25 years ago and 20 years ago on the permanent status will be coming back in new and kind of surprising ways in the coming few weeks. Because, as I said, there are a number of questions that are going to be answered as we transition from an outline to an agreement. For example, what are the borders of Gaza? Okay, will there be an area? Is any part of Gaza, of the Gaza territory, even open for Israeli settlement? If the answer is no, it actually means that the Gaza borders are based on the 1967 lines. Then again, the Trump outline speaks about having a security perimeter for Israel an area that the international...
There are a lot of details to be worked out. And Giddy, I'm sure a lot of ideas will have to be brought out of the deep freeze as well as we kind of open a can of worms here. Giddy Greenstein,
That's
great
an
to talk to you.
incredible moment right now.
Thank you very much indeed, Giddy. Great to have you with us, Giddy Greenstein.
Thank you for having me.
Now I want to throw it back to you, Ariel, before we move on.
Yeah, look, I think any discussion on the debate of the Palestinians giving up the right of return, we could see an indication as to where they're heading down that road with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas appearing in his pre-recorded statement to the UN General Assembly, wearing a key on his, a pin of a key on his jacket, showing that the issue of the right of return refugees is not going anywhere.
And we're potentially talking about 5 million people when we talk about that right of return. All right, stay with me, both of you, because as those talks, those crucial talks go on at the White House tonight, the president of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed, is tonight in Cairo. He's visiting Egypt's President el-Sisi. Saudi and the UAE are pushing for Hamas to disarm, and they want Hamas to be prevented from having any role in running Gaza. Qatar and Turkey, on the other hand, of course, much more ambiguous. Doha is seen as wanting to keep Hamas in some kind of role inside Gaza. Well, with us now, Dr. Nasir Al-Amari is an independent writer and political commentator. Welcome to the programme, Nasir. Good to see you as always. So, in your mind, what could derail this plan from the point of view of the moderate Arab states?
I think if you start to talk politics and political dimension and absolute and final solutions, I think this will be derailed very easily, either by the Israelis or by the Palestinians. So the focus should be on ending this war and reaching and relieving the civilians and getting Hamas out of the picture. If you enter other factors, like is this the start of a Palestinian negotiations about a Palestinian state? If you talk about who's gonna, what is the role of the PA, immediately this whole thing can collapse very easily. So I think the Arab leaders have reached a consensus, which Hamas doesn't disagree with, which is Hamas has no role in Gaza. There is no way Israel is going to deal with Hamas. And I think the Arab leaders have probably guaranteed their cooperation to end Hamas. And that's why we're talking about a possible deal now.
Well, you're right. Let's talk about the immediate issues then, because one of the major obstacles, or one of the most difficult issues to resolve, seems to be who will disarm Hamas, who will take the guns away from them, and who will monitor Gaza and make sure that they don't take back power via the back door.
I think, the Israelis are not withdrawing. They will have presence. The war will stop. But the Israelis, according to what is leaked from this plan, they will have presence. And that is critical because that is the only way for Hamas to deal with the Egyptians, Emiratis, and others who will, intervene and bring aid to the Palestinians. I think if this happens, Hamas will be diminished, and probably the people of Gaza will be demonstrating against Hamas once this war ends, because they definitely don't have any support, and they have a dwindling support in the Arab street. I think this is incremental and gradual. It's hard, but I believe that the international community and the U.S. want to see an end to this war, and many Israelis and all the Arab world. So I think there is a lot of momentum going on, and I think this war might be coming to an end.
Yes, you're right. The Arab League did say for the first time in its history this year, didn't it, that it wanted Hamas to disarm. And there also seems to be, for the first time, a sense of how important it is to de-radicalize the population inside Gaza. And what do you know about the reports, leaks we've seen from Trump's plan that the UAE and Saudi Arabia might be moving in to take control of education in Gaza, because they themselves have taken out all of the anti-Semitic references from their school books? Can you see that as an important part of governing Gaza going forward?
Well, there's a prerequisite, so to speak, and that is to change the political atmosphere. The Palestinians will buy into de-radicalization programs once they see, an end, an end to this conflict and a possible way to, live on their homeland. But this is a gradual process. Building trust between the Israelis and the Arabs will take time, but definitely once Hamas and its ideology are out of the picture, the Palestinians will be looking for ways to coexist with the Israelis, and I think that is the opportunity that everybody's waiting for, to rebuild trust between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And I think October 7th, as horrendous as it was, I think might open the door for a lasting peace, because the Arabs and the Israelis have gone to the abyss and they have seen like hell on earth. So I think they have seen what could happen if there is no negotiations for peace and coexistence. So it's a hopeful moment, but as we know, the Middle East makes all of us a little anxious about what could happen next.
Absolutely. Nasser Al-Amari, wise words. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Dr. Nasser Al-Amari there. And this war, I'm sure many will agree, hasn't been going on far too long. We are, of course, coming up to the 2-year anniversary of October 7th. But Prime Minister Netanyahu is at the White House tonight holding behind closed doors talks with President Trump. The two men will give a joint press conference in around an hour and a half. An hour and 15 minutes even. We will bring you that live. Do stay tuned. We'll have all the very latest developments for you right here on i24 News. Stay with us.
Israel continues to fight for its survival and its right to exist. The moment to act is now. Your investment sends a clear message. Israel is not alone. Go to israelbonds.com or scan the on-screen QR code to invest in Israel bonds now.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Bad posture. The ever-increasing hours we spend sitting, working, and even while trying to relax at home is twisting our vertebrae out of alignment and creating strain and pain on muscles, ligaments, and joints. A scientifically designed spine and back support device that uses precision biometric technology to perfectly align the back and spine for all-day comfort and support, creating perfect posture for your back every time you sit down. Now features extra-wide acupressure comfort pads as well as an extended height back panel for even more support, making it perfect for all body types. Also features a precision wing design that perfectly cradles your back and spine with amazing ergonomic support that leaves you feeling refreshed and energized even after sitting all day.
Introducing the brand new i24 News Video on Demand app. You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions and expert commentary, all at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News Video on Demand app today. Welcome. You're watching a special edition on i24 News. I'm Laura Sellier. US President Donald Trump is meeting with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. Trump is presenting his plan for ending the war in Gaza. The two men holding a closed meeting before they will give a joint press conference in around an hour and a half. Trump unveiled his 21-point plan to Arab leaders on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly last week. According to reports, the plan does stipulate that Hamas would have to release all 48 of the Israeli hostages on the first day, while the IDF would have to commit to a phased withdrawal from the Strip. Well, according to President Trump, Arab leaders and Israel are on board, but Prime Minister Netanyahu did tell US media last night that in his mind the plan hadn't been finalised, and we have heard that there have been multiple phone calls between the President and the Prime Minister today. President Trump also held a last-minute telephone conversation with the Emir of Qatar. Well, a Hamas official told Saudi media earlier today that it is open to the proposal but will insist on guarantees for a complete Israeli withdrawal. So let's go over to the White House now and our senior US correspondent, Mike Wagenheim. So, Mike, we know a few things about this plan, don't we, given what's been leaked to the press, but the details are still yet to be announced.
That's right, and it's interesting here that even without all of the details ironed out, Trump still wanted to go forward with this meeting with Netanyahu today. And what does that tell you in the end? It means that in President Trump's mind, he must feel that if everything is just allowed to go back and forth endlessly, aimlessly, everybody's allowed to say no to this and put qualifications on that, you're never going to get to a deal. So basically, set it all up today, get Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House, set up a press conference afterward, talk about how optimistic you are that a deal's going to get done, and pretty much force everybody to figure it out here in these final critical hours here. And that seems to be what's happening with this back and forth between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. You mentioned they've had several phone calls over the last 48 hours. Netanyahu went deep into the night last night with Steve Witkoff, the special envoy for special missions for the president, and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, who's gotten more involved in these discussions vis-a-vis the future of Gaza. And now the back and forth as a result of those talks now with Qatar and some talks with the United Arab Emirates as well, because every detail that's tweaked in favor of the Israelis, well, the Arabs have to have their say and make sure that there's not going to be any misunderstandings or major substantial changes with those particular details that are being tweaked along the way. But the bottom line is there's still a press conference planned for, an hour and 15 minutes from now. And based on what we heard from President Trump, he gave a thumbs up. He said he's confident the deal's going to get done, even when Prime Minister Netanyahu entered the doors here behind us. And we heard Caroline Levitt, the spokeswoman for Trump earlier in the day, basically saying this is as good as it's going to get in terms of a deal. And when you get a good deal, everybody leaves a little bit unsatisfied, a little bit unhappy. That's a sign of a good deal. So it's still full steam ahead, at least in President Trump's mind, that by the time Netanyahu leaves here today, a deal's going to be done one way or another.
All right, Mike, thanks very much indeed. Mike Wagenheim there at the White House. We'll be checking back in with Mike throughout the next hour. And as Mike pointed out, we will have that press conference between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu in around an hour and 15 minutes. With me in the studio this hour, our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, and the former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Danny Ayalon. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you, Laura.
So a lot of excitement, a lot of optimism, most of it coming from President Trump, it has to be said. He is talking not just about ending the war in Gaza, but about some kind of deal that could transform the whole of the Middle East. Are you optimistic?
Yes. Well, it seems to be a very interesting tactical movement by Trump. He's kind of making it as a fait accompli. He's setting the stage for everybody to come in under American auspices, and without giving a chance for anyone to say no, at least at this moment. See, for President Trump, he has been waiting since he went into the White House, since he returned to the White House, to do the big deal that he always thought that will revamp the entire Middle East and beyond, namely normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And the only way between that was the ending of the Gaza war. 3 meetings in the last 9 months between the president and the prime minister to no avail. This one, it seems like that he wants to do it now. Time has elapsed. He is now, everybody's looking up at Trump. He's under a lot of pressure, not only from the Arab countries, not only from the Europeans, but also from within the administration, within the Republican Party. It's that, serious for him.
Do you think that means Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to have to suck it up? He's going to have to accept this deal, even if there are parts of it he doesn't like, that Israelis really won't like, and which may even bring down his government?
I would bet yes, and I'll tell you there is a diplomatic secret, or it wouldn't be a secret, a diplomatic, let's say, ploy. When there are two opposing parties and there's still a gap between them, in order to make them sign, then the sponsor, in this case the United States, is giving what is called side letters. So even if they will not iron out all the differences, sometimes side letters.
Final status issues?
Well, yeah,
getting a sense of deja vu.
One side letter to Israel, one side letter maybe to Qatar. Then there is another interesting point. Less than 2 weeks from now, on the 10th of October, the Oslo Peace Prize Nobel Committee is going to announce
something that's very important to President Trump.
Very important for President Trump. So it's for him, it's now or never. So I think he will do everything to make sure that there is a signature.
Ariel, Qatar has inserted itself into the proceedings over the last hour or so, hasn't it?
Well, President Trump held a phone call with the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, in order to kind of quell tensions, concerns among various Arab leaders following what they believe is a series of alterations that the Trump and Netanyahu team have made to the proposal that, according to them, has made it meaningless. Now, we have to remember that this proposal has already seen 2 iterations, one brought forth by Trump, then he presented it to the Arab leaders on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. Then they had their amendments that they wanted to put in. Now, Netanyahu has made his amendments. So Trump wants to make sure that everyone is staying on board, to keep the ranks tight, to make sure that there are no one that falters. I just want to add to the mix, while this meeting is focused on the 21-point deal to end the war in Gaza, we have to remember that this isn't the only thing that is going to be discussed. We have to remember that in the wake of the wave of recognition of Palestinian statehood, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he will share Israel's response. He will say what Israel's response will be after his meeting with President Trump, after he returns to Israel.
But it's not going to be annexing the West Bank.
So in terms of what is in Israel's arsenal, there are 2 main avenues Israel could go. One is annexing parts of the West Bank. Now, that has already been taken off the table with the Emiratis and, to my understanding, also the Bahrainis and Moroccans, saying that if Israel moves forward with annexation of the West Bank, even parts of it, they're all going to withdraw from the Abraham Accord. So rather than talking about expanding the circle of peace, it would only be shrinking. But the other step that Israel could take, that would be to go after the Palestinian Authority at their pockets, where it hurts. Now, to try and counter that, Saudi Arabia and a list of numerous countries, France, Japan, Norway, Denmark, Belgium, Switzerland, the UK, they have all announced the establishment of a financial fund, like a a sovereignty fund, to make sure that the Palestinian Authority isn't going to be affected by potential steps taken by Israel. Now, all this is to say that this really limits Israel's steps. The statement by Netanyahu that he will divulge the Israeli response. That was putting the gun on the table in the first act. We are now entering the third act. But ultimately, I think what Netanyahu is going to try and get from this meeting with Trump are some achievements that he can later present as Israel's response, or maybe not have to respond to this wave of recognition because he's going to get something from President Trump. This is something that also needs to be on the table.
And just on that note, thank you, Ariel. The Emiratis say that they are pushing Prime Minister Netanyahu to accept President Trump's deal. So clearly they're on board with it as well. Of course, this is yet another really excruciating time for the families of the hostages. 48 people still being held in Gaza, 20 of them believed to be still alive. Our Joe Brown is down at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. And Joe, for the hostage families, I mean, I guess the only important part of this deal is that all 48 of the hostages are released on day one, in one go. No staged releases, nothing like that. Everyone will be home in one go.
Yes, and there's a real sense of desperation among the family members of the hostages now. They've been sending out statements directed towards Donald Trump, a handful of them over the last 24 hours ahead of the meeting between Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They feel that Trump is the only person who has the influence over Netanyahu, especially since Netanyahu has seemingly shunned the rest of the world and is putting all of his diplomatic eggs in the American baskets, so to say. So they have been really pushing for Donald Trump to pressure Netanyahu into getting a deal of some kind. And even yesterday, when Hamas said that there were 2 hostages who were in severe danger, they said that there is going to be an imminent deal, the families of the hostages, and they wanted the IDF to stop the operations in the Gaza Strip. There have still been reports of the IDF striking throughout Gaza City over the last 24 hours. So this has seemed to have fallen on deaf ears right now. But it's not just the family members of the hostages who are feeling the strain. The majority of the Israeli public want to get a deal of some kind. 53% say that they want the Witkoff 21-point plan as it has been presented so far. There are still some disagreements among the people who are polled about this for things such as the plan for a 2-state solution or for Hamas to remain in power in the Gaza Strip. But as you say, the families of the hostages are sick and tired of having these plans for staged deals. To be honest, from the times I've been speaking to them for the past year or so, they've been sick of the amount of times that they've heard the phrase, there will be a deal soon, the amount of times that Donald Trump has said that there will be a deal to be signed within the next couple of weeks, and it's amounted to nothing. Then there's a fear that this could happen again. So far, it seems that they have Benjamin Netanyahu on board, but now they're just waiting for what Hamas are going to say about this. So it's really up in the air right now, and the families are having to engage in the same waiting game, the sense of deja vu that they have been feeling for quite some time now.
Yeah, hopes have been raised far too many times. As I say, absolutely excruciating. Thank you, Joe. Joe Brown there down at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Well, let me bring in now Benjamin Anthony. He's the CEO of the Miriam Institute, joining us tonight from New York. Welcome to the programme, Benjamin. Good to have you with us. So from what you've seen of the 21-point plan, what we know about it so far, is it a good deal for Israel?
Well, thanks very much for having me, first of all. I appreciate it. Look, there is a 21-point plan. Everybody's aware of that. But there's a 2-pronged goal of this war. And as I see it, those 2 prongs have not yet been struck. The first is obviously to bring home all of the remaining hostages, those who are alive and those who are no longer alive. And the second is to end the threat of Hamas to the state and the people of Israel. And as this negotiation is going on, it's important that the viewers keep in mind that our soldiers are currently taking the fight to terrorists arrayed throughout Gaza City, and they are combating them in kinetic operations. So the threat from Gaza remains real. The hostages are not yet home. Obviously, this 21-point plan is an effort to bring about the return of those hostages. Everybody would celebrate were the hostages to come back, rightfully so. But I think that people need to understand that if our soldiers don't go forward and destroy Hamas in time, with enough time, the Gazans and Hamas will come and seek to kill our citizens. They've said that, they've reiterated it, And I think that we need to make sure that the threat of Hamas is eliminated in any future arrangement. And I don't see that this particular plan brings about that end goal.
All right, Benjamin, but if the entire Arab world and President Trump are saying Hamas will be disarmed and there is a credible plan to disarm Hamas and exile those leaders, would the plan be acceptable then?
Well, first of all, I take strong issue with the notion that there's a credible plan. There's certainly a will to see Hamas disarmed, but there's also a little bit of nuance there. There's a demand that Hamas disarms itself of all of its offensive capabilities. So that's the attack tunnels, that's the rocket-making facilities, all of that sort of thing. And then there is the insistence on Hamas that it retains the arms, the small arms that it has at its disposal. So even there, it's not exactly clear what the plan is. I don't think it's credible. Hamas is not in the business of laying down its arms. It's never acceded to such a thing. And I'm very, very perturbed by the idea of an international force, whatever its composition may be, as being an effective way of bringing security to Israel's borders. We saw the complete failure of international military presences on our northern border to bring quiet between northern Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. We've had UN peacekeeping forces arrayed throughout Israel at various times in various areas. We've got the United Nations patrolling in Judea and Samaria. These often serve as impediments to bringing security to our borders, not as a means of bolstering that security. So all of this is troubling. I will say, however, that people should keep in mind this seems to be a plan, a 21-point plan that was put forward by Israel. We can see that, for example, in Clause 17, where there's a very clear stipulation. It's very curious that in the event that Hamas objects to the 21-point plan, various aspects of it will yet go ahead. Instead, that's very Kushner-esque. It's something that we saw when Jared Kushner was brokering the deal of the century, the Peace to Prosperity plan, with regard to Israeli-Palestinian peace that he was seeking to bring about. There's no mention in Clause 17 about the prospect of Israel rejecting the plan, of course. And so that at once reveals that Israel is very much behind large sections of this plan. And it also reveals the fact that Israel is likely to go for it with certain stipulations and certain adjustments. But I don't think there's space for optimism or pessimism at this stage. Just think we need to temper our expectations and recognize that we've been on the cusp of an end to this war several times in the past. Seems to be higher pressure surrounding this particular summit, but whether or not that results in the outbreak of peace, as President Trump is talking about, is anybody's guess. I certainly don't have the answer.
Well, I mean, we should point out, of course, Hamas has not accepted the plan yet. So, all of this might be academic. But do you not think that President Trump has run out of patience at this stage? He doesn't want to deal with this conflict anymore. I mean, it's such a turnaround from what he was saying in February of this year, when he was saying he wanted to depopulate Gaza and he wanted the United States to take control of the territory. Now he's talking about something very different. Is Prime Minister Netanyahu not going to have to take this deal, whatever it is?
Well, yeah, again, as I say, I think that Israel has had a very heavy hand in the crafting of this deal. So I think much of it reflects some of the aspects that Israel would find acceptable, of course. But I'm deeply disappointed by the substance of this 21-point plan. I'm deeply disappointed, for example, that the outcome for terrorists who massacre 1,200 of our people and take 252 of them hostage and hold a further 48 to this day, the result is that the people living beneath their terror leadership all get high-rise buildings and brand new apartment blocks, as there's massive investment, according to this plan, inside the Gaza Strip. My own view remains unchanged. I'm very concerned that it is now a forlorn hope, but my sincere hope and ambition would be that everybody recognizes to bring quiet to the state of Israel. The Gazans cannot continue to inhabit an enclave proximate to our borders. They remain a threat. They are the people from which Hamas is replenishing its ranks. And I think that Smotrich, who has a habit of saying things that are regrettable, is absolutely right when he says that he insists that there be a push to facilitate the voluntary relocation of the Gazans out of the Gaza Strip into the Sinai Peninsula, the border between the Sinai Peninsula and Israel be opened. I think that's very appropriate. It's very proper. And I actually think it's the only way to bring long-term quiet to our borders.
All right, Benjamin, thank you very much indeed. Benjamin Anthony there at the Miriam Institute.
Thank you.
Ariel Osseran and Danny Ayalon still with me in the studio. Any response to what Benjamin was saying there? He's not so optimistic about this.
Well, he's absolutely right. Every Israeli, first, of course, Netanyahu would like to have a much better, much tighter deal. But this is not in the cards. And this is what the negotiation is about, is where you try to find, the middle of the road. Of course, we would like the middle of the road to be all the way, swaying towards our side. But I think there are two important points that Israel should insist on, and this is really the demilitarization of Gaza, dismantling the tunnels and taking out all the weapons, illegal weapons of Hamas.
Right, because according to reports, Israel hasn't even destroyed, I think, 50% of the tunnels. Israel would no longer be able to act to destroy those tunnels. So would Israel have to rely on Egypt or some other international force to destroy the tunnels?
Probably some international force with some verification mechanism that Israel can trust. But there is another thing which is very important, and that is just to copy-paste a very important part of the agreement, the ceasefire agreement we had with Hezbollah, whereby Israel will have the right to enforce the ceasefire by fire. That means if we see some threats emanating from Hamas, just like we do in Lebanon, we take it out. Even if there are some international peacekeepers over there, Israel is very well, the Israelis are very well adept at pinpointing and not risking, not involved like military, like we do in Lebanon, where we really distinguish between the Lebanese army and Hezbollah terrorists.
All right. Ariel, when it comes to the IDF and the positions it would retain, because we're talking about a perimeter around Gaza, not going back to the situation of October the 6th, where eyeballs are not on Gaza, they're focused very much elsewhere. What do we know about the positions that the IDF will be able to hold on to in Gaza or around Gaza?
So again, what we know about this 21-point plan is according to leaks to the media, and unfortunately, they haven't been too detailed. Now, the current public understanding is that we're talking about a 500 to 1,000 meter perimeter all around the Gaza Strip. That would also include the Philadelphia corridor, the border between the Gaza Strip and Egypt. But in previous rounds of negotiations, the Egyptians had themselves refused for continued Israeli presence along the Philadelphia corridor. The reason why the Rafah border crossing is not open on the Egyptian side is because Israel is present on the other side of it, and that is in the Philadelphia corridor. So this is something that would have to be discussed. But there's a Hamas senior official, Tyler Nun, who is speaking right now to Qatari television.
He was one of the targets of the strike.
He was.
In Doha.
He was.
He survived.
He did.
Clearly.
And they're once again reiterating that they did not receive the plan, but stating that the Hamas weapons are tied to the establishment of a Palestinian state. This is the equation that they are trying to draw. So basically, their stated position on this issue has been that as long as there is occupation, as long as there is no Palestinian state, there is a need for the so-called resistance weapons, and they will maintain them. So now it seems that they're kind of tweaking the messaging, trying to tie it to a Palestinian state, but this is far from going according to the plan that has been proposed to Israel, at least the details that we have seen. But again, they're saying that they have not yet even seen the proposal, and they're already trying to make amendments to it. So Hamas, obviously, as expected, they're going to boast and beat their chest and trying to present a very hawkish position. But what we're hearing from other reports in Israeli media is that while Trump and Netanyahu are meeting, there is also a Qatari delegation present at the White House right now. And these are the emissaries of Hamas. And you can even say these are the representatives of Hamas trying to make sure that the result of this meeting is something that is sustainable moving forward.
You can say it because they are. And according to reports, Qatar has been pushing for Hamas to hold on to some of the hostages until they got better guarantees. from Israel. Danny, the other weapon in Hamas's artillery is, of course, the international pressure on Israel, which has been working like a charm over the past few weeks, hasn't it? With the climax at the UN General Assembly last week, with one country after another lining up to recognise the state of Palestine. Which is really, Laura, deplorable, and this speaks volume about the hypocrisy and the cowardness of international community. And this is why Israel has always maintained that we can never rely on international community for our security and our safety. Had it not been for the United States, we would have been in a much longer and even more difficult war. But the fact that we have lost the entire international community, save the United States, gives actually the U.S. and Trump more power over Netanyahu, because he cannot rely on, he doesn't have a backup plan, because Trump is the only go-to for Israel. Also, unlike former administrations, like the Democratic, always Netanyahu knew very, very skillfully how to get the Congress against administration, how to find the creeks among different senators and congressmen. This is not the case, because Trump has the Republican Party totally under his thumb. Mm-hmm. So, again, he has all the advantages, and Netanyahu will have to take what pretty much Trump prescribes, or go for elections. Will Hamas, though? That's the question. Well, okay, that's a good question, because if, and this would be also, you have to be smart sometimes, more than just, because I believe if we say yes and Hamas says no, all the world will come down on Hamas, especially the Qatari and Egyptians. You think so? I think the U.S. will make them do that. Given what we've seen so far, I'm not so sure, but I appreciate
Remember,
the
the
sentiment.
Nobel Prize is waiting around the corner.
It is just waiting. All right, we're going to take a short break. Danny, Ayalon, Ariel, thank you very much indeed. Stay with us. We'll continue our coverage of that landmark meeting at the White House after the break. Stay tuned. This is I-24 News.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי יצאו יותר טוב, משה.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
עם
Welcome back. You're watching special coverage here on I24 News with me, Laura Cellier. We're waiting to hear from President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu on Trump's 21-point plan for ending the war in Gaza and getting back all 48 of the hostages still being held. Trump meeting with Netanyahu, and they're having a closed-door meeting at the White House. There's Prime Minister Netanyahu. He arrived around an hour ago. We're expecting a press conference in around 45 minutes. And we are hearing that Trump scheduled a last-minute phone call with the Emir of Qatar amid reports that Doha was unhappy about the changes made to the plan by Prime Minister Netanyahu. Our Ariel Osseran reporting that a team of Qataris is also at the White House today. So what do we know about the plan so far? Not a great deal, but what we have heard is that all 48 hostages would have to be released in one go, and Israel would have to commit to a staged withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. Hamas is said to be considering the proposal. Our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osseran, and former Ambassador to the United States, Danny Ayalon, both with me in the studio. But first, I want to bring in Eric Mandel. He's the founder and director of the Middle East Political Information Network. He's also a senior editor for security at the Jerusalem Report. Welcome, Eric. Could be a very important day. In 45 minutes or so, we will know, or we should know, whether or not this plan, the latest in a long line of plans to end the war in Gaza and bring home the hostages, will go through. What are your thoughts at this stage?
Well, I think, first of all, hello, Laura. This 21-point plan is an aspirational plan, and it's beyond just a hostage deal or a ceasefire deal. It has so many other elements in it. From an Israeli political point of view, I kind of think we may be dealing with a kabuki dance here. I think that Israel has helped shape this document. I think Jared Kushner's input, you can see Derma's input that's in here, maybe even Tony Blair. So I think Israel is okay with this document. Bibi cannot say no to it because the hostages are front-loaded up front. But it is 21 points and thousands upon thousands of details that are missing. I think, I heard somebody earlier talk about, well, Hamas is not going to sign, the PA is not going to sign, who's going to sign? I think we need to look at this as an outside-in document, like the Abraham Accord. It's not giving the Palestinians a veto, even though it's all about Palestinians, and getting the moderate Arab states on board. We kind of grouped, and I was just listening to some other people talk about the Arab states, but remember Qatar and the Saudis and UAE, they all think very differently about their interests with the United States and with Israel going forward. And then there's so many flies in the ointment that have just occurred. New issues. Hamas wants to have withdrawal time. When is Israel going to leave? Israel wants to stay as long as possible. Israel wants to know if threats come up, intelligence come up, is Israel going to be able to strike in Gaza with international forces there if they don't act like they do in Lebanon? So there are so many questions. Who's going to disarm Hamas? The multinational force says now that it may only be on the borders. So who's going to be inside? The one thing I can tell you is that I've just come back from Israel and talking with people across the political spectrum. Nobody honestly believes that anyone other than the IDF can do this. And then if Israel continues its offensive because Hamas is not agreeing, I don't see the international community certainly coming on board. But will President Trump lose his patience? We here in the West, 6,000 miles away, look through a Western timeline. The president wants things done quickly. You live in a world that lives in decades and centuries with patient adversaries.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just hearing, Eric, that Prime Minister Netanyahu actually got on the phone to the Emir of Qatar, Al Thani, and apologized to him for violating Qatari sovereignty during that strike on the Hamas leadership in Doha, a failed strike, as it turned out, last month. Just your thoughts on that and how much of a role Qatar has in all of this?
Well, it's like the Mavi Marama, where Israel apologized to Turkey many years ago. I think President Trump twisted Bibi's arm to make an apology. And that doesn't cost a lot if Bibi gets many other things here. And Bibi is also, we have to have the overlay, not forgetting that there's the political implications of everything he's doing. Bibi may want the coalition to fall. He may want Ben-Gvir and Smolders to go away for their hardline positions. He may see that putting him in a better position going down the road for elections, maybe early elections. So with the Qataris, I was in Doha in May 2023. They told me that Mossad was there every month. They have relations, that the Americans told them they wanted to have the bad guys there. Qatar is a frenemy. I think Trump and other American presidents, Democrats and Republicans, have really let them off the hook. I think we should be pressing Qatar to be more on my American national security interest side, and just having the Al Udeid Air Base is not enough. But on this issue, I think Qatar could be helpful. I know Qatar could push Hamas to concede. But the question is, what are they going to concede? Qatar wants them to keep arms, just not offensive arms. What the heck does that mean when you're dealing with a terrorist organization?
Right, and there are questions about the positions that the IDF will be able to keep after the war as well. And of course, the tunnel network, which has not been completely destroyed either. So there are significant security concerns still on the Israeli side. What about reconstruction in Gaza, Eric? Because the Arab countries have said they won't be spending a penny in Gaza until Hamas is disarmed and is out of the picture. And do you think reconstruction should be linked to other long-term policies for Gaza? For example, getting people who live in Gaza, who have stayed in Gaza through this war, to renounce the idea of being a refugee?
Well, that gets to that this is not just a ceasefire hostage deal. It really extends to the West Bank also. Supposedly, the deal going on will also end refugee status, which is going to be a very hard thing because giving up the right of return is what the PA is all about. And that dismantling the tunnels, just want to go back to that. Who's going to dismantle the tunnels other than Israel? So there are so many levels of complexity here of what will happen. Who's going to de-radicalize Hamas? Qatar. So Qatar could play a role, but I want it to be a minor role. I would like the Saudis and the Emiratis to bring in. And so it gets back to what your question was reconstruction. Reconstruction should be by moderate Arab states who might normalize with Israel as a friend, as opposed with the Qataris, who are the financiers of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is Hamas and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and every other Sunni jihadist ideology.
Eric, great to talk to you as always. We appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much. Eric Mandel there.
My pleasure.
So we are still waiting to hear from President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. They are talking at the White House as we speak, and will hold a press conference in a little over 30 minutes' time. But I want to bring in now Hiba El-Qudsi. She's the Washington bureau chief at the Asharq al-Awsat newspaper. Welcome to the programme, Hiba. And as this is going on, welcome. As this is going on at the White House, we've also got the Emirati President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed meeting with President al-Sisi in Egypt. So there is clearly a lot going on. Just give us a sense of what the moderate Arab countries are pushing for at this stage.
I believe most of the Arab countries and the GCC countries are supporting President Trump's plan to end the war and to find some kind of a path for a Palestinian state. That's what Washington Post said yesterday, that if everything goes well, there will be a possibility for a two-state solution and the ability to have a path, a serious path to have a Palestinian state. With what's going on here behind me at the White House and all this negotiation between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu on one side and Qatari Emir over the phone, and also this negotiation between Emirati Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and the Egyptian president, that means there are some optimistic about what can President Trump do and put pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu, especially this first indication that Prime Minister Netanyahu called Amir, the Qatari Amir, and apologized for striking at Doha. that means it was a condition for Qatar to pursue and continue working with Hamas to dismantle its arm, to pressure on Hamas to agree on the 21 points that President Trump submitted in his plan. So there are some kind of bridging gaps and trying all efforts to come on one stand and having an end of this war.
And of course, we still don't know if Hamas will accept the proposal, although the Qataris are saying that they believe they will be able to get Hamas not only to commit to this deal, but also to disarm. But again, what guarantees will the Arab states have that Hamas is truly disarmed? For example, the tunnel network, half of it is still standing. The IDF hasn't destroyed all of those tunnels. Who will take responsibility, for example, for destroying the tunnels?
According to the plan, there will be at least 3 stages. So the ability of Qatar and Egypt and Marat and other countries, especially Turkey, will be able to put pressure on Hamas leaders because they have the ability to go out of Gaza to be disarmed and have all the freedom and guarantees from all countries, including the states, that they will not be hunted by the Israelis, and their will be protected, or their bank accounts will not be touched. So there are some guarantees that they will be protected from any Israeli strike or any danger from the Israeli side. On the other hand, Qatar is hosting these leaders, and they don't want to risk any more Israeli strikes on their land. Turkey also can host these leaders after leaving Gaza, and the U.S. administration is giving this kind of a secure path for them to just leave Gaza, to have no presence unless they will be very peaceful if they want to stay. So there are options to Hamas, but disarming Hamas is the question here, because it's better that Hamas itself will disarm itself, or it will be a question to the other countries to do this job for the American plan to be implemented. This will require a lot of time and a lot of efforts and some kind of pressure from all Arab countries to convince Hamas to disarm itself.
Well, the Arab League did say for the first time in its history, didn't it? It told Hamas to disarm earlier this year. Do you think they would go a step further and help to disarm the group?
I think with all the pressure from all the Arab countries and this possible deal that everybody is optimistic about it, especially President Trump, there is a chance. Because after 2 years, almost 2 years now, the amount of Palestinians killed in this war is unbelievable. And Hamas already lost a lot of its weapons and a lot of its military capability. So it's easier to protect what's left for Hamas, their lives, their families, their money, and to move to another place. Maybe later on they have the ambition to be a part of the political arena, maybe later on in Gaza. That's a possibility, but at the end, everybody agrees that there will not have any role for Hamas in the future of Gaza.
Hiba, great to talk to you. Thank you so much, Hiba El-Qudsi there.
Thank you, dear.
And Ariel and Danny are with me in the studio. So, Danny, your thoughts on that? The Arab countries, most of them anyway, do seem serious about disarming Hamas. They don't want this problem anymore. And we did see the Arab League this year saying something it had never said before, that it wants Hamas to disarm.
Yeah. There is no love lost between the Palestinians and all the Arab countries. The Arab countries consider the Palestinians as a pain in the neck. And you look at the history, every Arab country where Palestinians resided, they tried to ruin it. started with Jordan, 1970, then Lebanon, 1982, then Kuwait, 1990. You know, they sided with Saddam Hussein. They always sided with the wrong side. So the only thing that makes the Arabs vouch for the Palestinians is their own political domestic situation and the solidarity and support that the people have. So this is why whether they, you know, all these regimes, whether it's in Saudi Arabia or the Emirates, they do not want to defy that and risk, you know, demonstrations. The only country that sides with Hamas, the Arab country, is Qatar, because they are Hamas. They are Muslim brotherhoods,
and
just
Turkey.
like Erdogan. Exactly. Erdogan is also Muslim Brotherhood.
Ariel.
Yeah, so Al Jazeera adding a little more information regarding the phone call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and his Qatari counterpart, saying that the phone call came at the initiative of U.S. President Trump, and he was also on the call. So it was a three-way call during the meeting at the White House, which would also explain the presence of a Qatari delegation at the White House during this meeting between Trump and Netanyahu. So it appears that Netanyahu is proving to Trump that he is willing to play ball, at least so far. He is taking him up on his conditions and showing his seriousness.
It's kind of a painless concession, isn't it? I mean, if you look back at the strike on Doha, a lot of people were saying that that was a mistake. But if that turns out to be one of the concessions that Israel has to make, it has to play nice with the Qataris, it can't go after Hamas in Qatar, that's kind of a pain-free concession in the end, isn't it?
It is, however, when you remember that that Qatar is funding Hamas, is harboring Hamas leaders, is undermining democratic governments all across the Western world, some could say also inside Israel, then one may say that this is perhaps more than just a symbolic concession, and this is playing into the hands of this destabilizing element. But ultimately, we are seeing on the part of Netanyahu here seriousness to move forward and to prove to President Trump that Israel is not going to be the obstacle in pushing forward this plan over the finishing line.
All right, thank you, Ariel. Well, let's speak to someone who was born and grew up in Gaza. With us now, Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib is an analyst and senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Welcome to the programme, Ahmed. Good to have you with us. So, I mean, how do you feel feeling that we might be on the brink of ending this war that has gone on for nearly 2 years now, which, of course, has been absolutely devastating for people in Gaza?
Well, it's hard to believe that the war could really end anytime soon. I mean, you have so many different files associated with it, but there is nevertheless hope that we could see the beginning of the phase one of a transitional period, and that would be the release of hostages, the implementation of some kind of a temporary calm that could usher in a surge in humanitarian supplies that could allow for the entry of international or regional peacekeeping troops, that could facilitate some limited return of the Palestinian Authority, although that remains a major sticking point to the Israeli government. I've been around, for following this war closely since I lost family members. I'm from Gaza. My family are still there, whoever survived. And I have a personal stake in this. But I've seen so many different phases in which we thought we were close to the end goal, to the end point, only to be unpleasantly surprised. So I'm cautiously optimistic. Yeah, I think a lot of people would share that sentiment with you, Ahmed. Of course, Hamas is yet to accept the proposal. We did hear from a senior Hamas official saying that they are linking the resistance's weapons, as they put it. They're tying it to the establishment of a Palestinian state. Are you concerned that Hamas will be the ones who claim the victory of getting the world to recognize a Palestinian state? Well, I don't see a path in which Hamas anytime soon relinquish what remains of their weapons. And when we're talking about their weapons, we're really talking about a fraction of what they once held in reserve. Nevertheless, I also don't see the establishment of a Palestinian state, per the 21 points that the Trump plan outlined, happening at least until another 3 to 5 years from now. And that's only a pathway towards statehood. And so I think Hamas is far from nearing a point where it can actually celebrate or claim credit for the real establishment of a Palestinian state. And that's separate from the series of diplomatic recognitions we saw last week at the United Nations by Western nations. Nevertheless, I remain convinced that it is nearly impossible to imagine Hamas fully agreeing to the plan as outlined by President Trump, as it entails the departure of those who don't commit to peace, the relinquishing of armaments, and the acceptance of the entry of external forces to restore law and order and to prevent the reemergence of a terror army like Hamas once commanded.
Yeah, of course, because the PA was, of course, once in charge of Gaza before, and Hamas won the election and then murdered all of their opponents, as we know. But looking at Gaza and the future for Gaza, because President Trump is talking about a big, ambitious, kind of transformational plan for the entire region. Do you think that the people in Gaza will accept that Gaza is their home? Will they give up the status of refugee eventually once all of this is over?
Well, starting with the fact that the Trump outline, the Trump plan, if you will, abandons any references to forced displacement or even voluntary migration. Of course, those who want to leave should be able to leave. I fully support that. Nevertheless, the idea that Gaza should be developed for the people of Gaza, and I think as part of the talk of de-radicalization or kind of the transformation and the rejuvenation and the reconstitution that Tony Blair often talks about for Gaza, that has to entail a kind of a recalibration, a re-engineering of people thinking of Gaza as their ultimate home. Most understand that there is no mass return to Haifa, Jaffa, Akka, and what was once referred to as historic Palestine. That is not going to happen. Whether there is a discussion of compensation or some kind of a historic truth and reconciliation is a separate matter. But I don't think UNRWA is going to return as it once did in Gaza. I don't think there's ever going to be any movement on the right of return in Gaza. And so I do see a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the people to be a part of reshaping Gaza, nation building, so that they're not just languishing in refugee camps, making them a people in waiting. And so that remains to be seen, but I am very optimistic that abandoning talk of forced displacement and using this opportunity to not just reconstruct Gaza, but really reshape it could be a starting point for the nation building agenda away from the resistance agenda.
Yeah, you're right, because President Trump it was only February when President Trump was talking about depopulating Gaza and the US taking it over and building a Trump Plaza and all the rest of it. What do you think changed his mind? He's really done a 180 there, hasn't he?
Well, I think it was a combination. I think that I was in New York last week and had quite a bit of meetings on the sidelines of the UNGA. And the amount of anger that a lot of Arab leadership had, including moderate Arab states, whether they be Jordan or Egypt or others in the Gulf, was truly palpable. The anger towards the prospect of annexation, the anger that the administration did not exercise enough leverage and pressure over the Israeli government to really put forth a viable pathway forward that they can be a part of. But all they've heard was, talk of settling Gaza, talk of annexing the West Bank. And they said, then how are we going to expand the Abraham Accords? How is this going to further Israel's regional integration when millions of Palestinians are going to face this uncertainty? And so there was real pressure applied on the Trump administration, which is trying to advance its vast economic agenda in the region, to say, look, we cannot be a part of whatever you are working on if it's going to entail the forced displacement of Gazans per the Gaza Riviera vision, or if the Prime Minister Netanyahu is allowed to proceed with the annexation. We even saw the United Arab Emirates lay down its red line. and ironically saying that their red lines are actual red lines, unlike Obama's red line in Syria in 2013. And so I think that really created momentum for the Trump administration to realize that there was both a real crisis, but also an opportunity to shift course and get the Arabs on board. And then I'll finally just close by commenting earlier that, like, I don't know how much people really register the disaster that the strike on Qatar did. Now, even though many of these countries, they don't like the Qataris in private, they despise Hamas, they despise the Muslim Brotherhood.
It brought it a bit too close to home for some, didn't it? Even people very close to Israel. I hear you, Ahmed. We are out of time, though, so we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you so much, Ahmed Al-Khatib there. Well, we've just learned that the press conference between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu has been delayed by an hour, so it will be after 9 o'clock, adding to the suspense on what could be a very historic day, very high-stakes meeting at the White House. We will bring you all of the details. Thank you, Ariel. Thank you, Danny Ayalon. And thanks to you for watching. Stay tuned. Much more still to come here on i24 News. Goodbye.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Are high interest rates keeping you from selling your home? We have a way to get you more money for your home while saving thousands in commissions. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent who will sell your home fast, for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We paid a 2% commission, which I don't think we would have had with any other agent, and we got top dollar for our house, and we are just so happy about it, and the results were fantastic.
Ideal Agent connected me with the top 1% agent in my market, and I actually got it at a discount, and I saved about $12,500, which is unheard of when you're working with the top producer in any industry.
We've helped tens of thousands of home sellers get 5-star results with top performing experts you can trust. We guarantee it. Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
כי אין לנו
Israel continues to fight for its survival and its right to exist. The moment to act is now. Your investment sends a clear message. Israel is not alone. Go to israelbonds.com or scan the on-screen QR code to invest in Israel bonds now.
This is the rundown on I24 News. I'm Vanessa Levine. Thank you very much for joining us. We bring you special coverage on this potentially monumental day, a day President Donald Trump believes could involve a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. The US president is meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu in the White House right now, discussing Washington's plan for ending the war in Gaza, a 21-point plan that has already been presented to Arab leaders. Will the Israeli Prime Minister accept the plan? How will Hamas respond? The terror group is still holding 48 hostages in the terror tunnels of Gaza, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Almost 2 years since the Hamas invasion and mass abduction on the 7th of October. Now, the two leaders are set to hold a press conference shortly, and of course, when that happens, we will go there live. But first, let's check in with our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim. He's our man at the White House right now in Washington. So, Mike, a pivotal moment. This is Benjamin Netanyahu's fourth trip to the White House since President Donald Trump returned to the Oval Office in January. Much anticipation for a big announcement around this 21-point plan to end the war. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? What can you tell us?
Well, Donald Trump seemed optimistic as Prime Minister Netanyahu made his way through the doors here behind us upon arrival, giving a thumbs up, saying he was optimistic that a deal could get done. A few interesting developments since that point. Number one, Netanyahu, we can confirm this, called the Prime Minister of Qatar to apologize for the Israeli strikes a few weeks back that caused all this chaos in the U.S.-Israel relationship and had a dramatic effect on the Middle East, all sorts of talks and discussions for weeks and weeks and weeks. Netanyahu apologized for that airstrike today. Sort of unthinkable. And the fact is, it appears that Donald Trump essentially made him do it. He was in the room, pushed him to do it. So Benjamin Netanyahu apologizing to the leader of a terrorist state for trying to hit the terrorists that are harbored by that terrorist state. It's a kind of a twisted scenario. That being said, there's also a Qatari delegation here in Washington that is going to be at the White House. It should be before Netanyahu leaves, I would imagine, because what else would be the purpose? But that's not confirmed yet. But they are here in Washington, expected to come to the White House to finalize this deal. The talks are still ongoing behind us between Netanyahu and Trump, trying to push this deal over the finish line. Again, there were negotiations deep into the night last night in New York between Netanyahu and Trump administration officials, including Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Some of the tweaks that were made caused concern among leaders in the Arab world, that it kind of opened up some of the details again to interpretation and misinterpretation. And so now they're trying to work again through those details and get the approval of Arab leaders like the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar, who's also on the line here in this the meeting, or at least part of it, between Trump and Netanyahu. So again, trying to get clarity on exactly what changes were made last night and how they can either be changed back or clarified to get that final stamp of approval from Qatar and possibly from other Arab countries that have put skin in the game in this particular ceasefire endeavor.
Well, we certainly will be coming back to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, for regular updates from the White House in the coming hour. For now, thank you, Mike. We'll speak again very shortly. And now for more, it's a pleasure to welcome to studio Major General in the Reserves, Eitan Dangat, the former military secretary to 3 Israeli defense ministers and former coordinator of government activities in the Palestinian territories in the IDF, and international affairs analyst Dan Perry, the author of the newsletter Ask Questions Later, and the former Europe and Middle East editor at the Associated Press, and our senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Ursula. And gentlemen, thank you for being here. Some momentous decisions are being made right now as we speak. And again, we will be going live to the White House when there is, in fact, a press conference. But right now, Ariel, I want to start with you. Much debate, much concern, many questions around this 21-point plan. What are the main deal breakers, the red lines that you are hearing about right now from your sources?
Well, ultimately, the original iteration of this plan had red lines on both sides. This plan was presented by President Trump to the Arab leaders on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly last week. They presented their amendments. Now, in terms of the red lines for Israel, this deal would see the reintroduction of the Palestinian Authority to the Gaza Strip. You can call it whatever you want, but if this is, even if it's a committee of technocrats, they answer to the Palestinian Authority. The security force that is going to police the Gaza Strip, we're talking about 10,000 Palestinian Authority security personnel who are currently being trained by the Egyptians on Egyptian soil to assume that role. Under the Trump plan, there will be an international, predominantly Arab peacekeeping force, but they are going to be following the amendments presented by the Arab leaders. They're going to be on the borders of the Gaza Strip, not in the population centers, not in interaction with the civilian population. That is going to be left to the Palestinian Authority security guards. And we remember throughout the entire war, Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, no Abbas, no Hamas. This appears to go against that. On the Hamas side, in terms of the red lines, this proposal does not include, currently, again, all we know is based on media leaks. This does not include a specific timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Gaza Strip. Doesn't have all the assurances that Hamas would like that Israel will not resume the war. And it goes against what Hamas has vowed throughout the entire war, that they will not release the hostages, let alone all of them, before Israeli forces leave the Gaza Strip. So we are seeing red lines on both sides. However, I will note that on the Israeli side, at least, yes, the no Abbas, no Hamas was a stated position on the part of Prime Minister Netanyahu. But if we're looking at the official cabinet-mandated stated goals of the war, this deal does answer all of them. It stipulates the return of all the hostages within the first 48 hours. It is conditioned, the entire proposal is conditioned by Hamas relinquishing governance over the Gaza Strip, which is a war goal, and Hamas disarming. Now, following the amendments presented by the Arab leaders, the wording has been changed from disarmament to Hamas laying down their weapons. It is not clear where they're going to lay them down and who's going to look after them. But this does address that issue. And so we are seeing that this is an attempt by President Trump to allow Prime Minister Netanyahu to sell this to the Israeli public by achieving the stated goals of the war. But there were also the other goals or other positions that were throughout the war that will be politically challenged for Prime Minister Netanyahu to sell to the public. But as for the red lines, I think this deal does address many of the red lines that Israel has presented throughout this war.
And of course, when you talk about the Israeli public, the nation is waiting for 48 hostages to be returned back home, 20 of whom are believed to be alive. Security concerns, security guarantees remain top of mind for most people across the region. Your concerns, Eitan?
I think that, first of all, we are in a can be dramatic evening from all the sides. It's like 360 degrees around us. Nothing should not surprise us. But one thing, for me, as the majority of the chances for a change tonight, because Trump cannot allow himself to fail after what he did in the last 2 weeks. The issue or the fact that the number one leaders from the Arab countries around him are in the United States, around this table, make with him discussions. The last is Bibi Netanyahu, shows that he really put the all effort and he will not be failed under all the things that he organized. Secondly, I think, if you ask me, the top 5, we cannot talk about 21 issues. We can sit here, talk 3 hours about many issues, but one, the main important things, whether we are going to see back home the hostages and to see those who are alive, those who are not alive, how many Hamas able to bring us back, And under all is the second top issue is whether Hamas, how it's going to respond, because it's not by mistake that Hamas is not a partner, what you see. The partners are Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, and all the other, and Saudi Arabia. And Hamas, they're expecting and will demand from Hamas to do what they order for him. So Hamas agreed or not agreed is reduced dramatic tonight because it is Arab countries with Israel. The third issue, whether, and this will be a great, unfortunately, a failure for us, whether we are going to see Turkey in Gaza, whether we are going to see Qatar in Gaza, and the last, but not the least, because I promised top 5 issues here, to see a very important question concerning the Israeli government in the coming months after such agreement, whether it will be.
We'll take a deeper look at the political implications for the decisions that Benjamin Netanyahu might be announcing very shortly. But first, Dan, I'd like your take. Did you ever think you'd hear a report that the Prime Minister of Israel would be making a phone call to the Emir of Qatar to apologize for targeting Hamas leaders inside Doha? Your insights?
It clearly shows that he'll do whatever Trump demands of him to do. And did I ever think it might be? It is not in Netanyahu's DNA to apologize. Netanyahu is a man who doubles down. I don't think I've once heard him express regret about any aspect of any action he's ever taken on any issue. So it is, I suppose, in the very fact that this is unprecedented, there is hope that other surprising and unprecedented things might happen to me.
Well, we're certainly going to be unpacking all those announcements, surprising or not. It certainly is likely to happen very soon.
I have to say, I find myself wondering if Trump apologized, because I don't believe for a second that Netanyahu would have taken this act without American acquiescence. So I think perhaps many things were said in that room that we may not find about right away.
Well, that conversation is continuing right now as we speak. And again, when there is a press conference, we will go live to the White House. Gentlemen, stay with us. There's much more to discuss. But first, I want to check in with our correspondent, Joe Brown. He joins us from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. And we know this agonizing wait continues for the families of the 48 hostages still in terror captivity. And the Hostage Families Forum sent a letter to Donald Trump thanking the U.S. president for his efforts to free the hostages and asking, in effect, Joe, that he make sure to seal this latest deal. What more can you tell us?
Well, this is one of many appeals from the hostage family members to President Donald Trump, as they believe that he is the only person who is able to pressure Benjamin Netanyahu into a deal. And what we have just seen with the Qatari phone call, with Donald Trump being on the line with Benjamin Netanyahu as he seemingly apologized to the Qatari Prime Minister, this is proof that this is the only way for it to actually happen, for Trump to pressure Netanyahu, for him to go with his tail in between his legs. I remember just last week when he was asked about the Qatari strike, and he said that this wasn't a mistake, this wasn't a failure, that this was to show that Hamas should be wary of Israel, who is willing to strike wherever. So, as Dan said, whether this is actually an apology from him or whether he's just wanting to say what Trump wants him to say so that he can get a deal and keep Trump in his good books, that remains to be seen. But the hostage family members, I'm sure they don't really care. They've been saying to me, to you, Benita, as well. We've spoken to family members of hostages dozens of times over the last couple of years, and the amount of times that they've been told by the media, even by Donald Trump himself, that a deal is close, it's lost all meaning to them. Whenever they say that there's going to be a deal within 2 weeks, we wait 2 weeks and nothing's happened. We will then wait another 2 weeks after Trump would say it again and nothing's happened. But now it finally seems seems as if something is occurring in DC right now between the Israeli side and the Hamas side, and whether a deal can be announced when Trump and Netanyahu speak later this evening, it remains to be seen. But it's something that the families have been pushing for so long, and if Donald Trump finally gets up on that stage, or even later on Truth Social, and says that there is a deal that has been signed, I'm sure this will come as a huge relief for those family members, those who have family members who are alive in captivity, the 20 of them, the family members of 2 who there are concerns on their life, and of 26 who have been confirmed killed in captivity. I'm sure all of them would breathe a massive sigh of relief if a deal is announced.
And of course, adding to the agonizing weight are reports like recent reports in which Hamas suggested it had lost contact with the captors of 2 of the hostages. Of course, there's no way for Israel to confirm if that is in fact true, or if it's just another part of the cruel psychological terror, a strategy that has been playing out for nearly 2 years now.
Yes, we saw this yesterday, and we saw this straight away with the fact that the Hostage Family Forum released another statement after that, urging Netanyahu and the Defense Minister Israel Katz to stop the operations in the Gaza Strip so that Hamas could, as they claimed, extract 2 hostages who had been stuck under the rubble. Now, whether this is just Hamas lying for the sake of lying to try and get Israel, the Israeli public, to add further pressure onto the Prime Minister to accept a deal, or even to pressure Donald Trump to get Netanyahu to accept the deal before time runs out, we can't say for certain. But the likeness of this actually being the case, it's very dubious. We saw it when Idan Alexander was about to get released just a couple of months ago, and Hamas kept saying that they lost contact with him, and then they released videos of him saying that they had got him again. This is something that they do. This is part of their tactic, and the fact that this enraged the Families Forum to put out that statement last night shows that these kinds of propaganda tactics, these techniques, they work. They make the Israeli public feel, because the Israeli public has got this sort of parasocial relationship with the hostages. The family members, of course, want their loved ones back. So all in all, by putting the pressure on the Israeli people to make a stance, it shows that it's working.
Correspondent Joe Brown, live from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much for the update. We will be coming back to Joe, of course, in the coming hours. And talking from diplomatic pressure to military pressure. And Eitan Dangot, we know Gaza City is the focus of much tension right now, much concern about what this military pressure means, for the hostages who could be there right now. And of course, there were reports that they would be brought to the surface from the tunnels as part of the strategy of using hostages as human shields. What are your thoughts right now as we watch to see what is happening in Washington, announcements that could be made as this military pressure intensifies?
You know, be honest, when I enter to this studio tonight and everything is around the meeting of Bibi Netanyahu, I thought about the thousands of soldiers that are now in the middle of fighting around Gaza, especially the main effort of the IDF is inside the Gaza city, and the fights are there. And when we are discussing about opportunities and what and how to do, and the time clock is running, we are very close to say 2 years of a war, and we are very close to say whether there are 20 life hostages or not, about the last statement that was yesterday declared by Hamas. It means that the circumstances in the ground are very foggy, very difficult. The IDF is fighting when already Hamas has been brought to a very down or difficult situation under guerrilla movement from being an army. And the big question mark is whether we really didn't miss a time in do it earlier instead of coming for tonight. And I may say that the unclear situation or information concerning life hostages in the last days is very, I think, true, because you cannot know while you are maneuvering and you have the intelligence what the other side is doing with 2, 3 hostages, especially while they're escaping or getting other to bring them especially to the front line in order to make psychological pressure of the Israeli. So it's very unclear, very foggy, and very serious situation, because when you are fighting, it's much more danger than you are talking with suits and knives and everything under these circumstances. And this is the reason why I think the Israeli government should be much more rapidly reaction towards the opportunity that already has been raised a year ago or more in Gaza Strip. Because if you check the situation today in Gaza, we are taking 800,000 people left Gaza. So what? Last March 24, February 24, it was the same numbers that left Gaza City. Why within that time the government didn't agree about such a step concerning the Hamas, while you can achieve it and continue the war? Even now, when we are stopping, I'm not optimistic that immediately will be quiet. Look what is going in Lebanon. This is another situation with Hezbollah, and I'm sure that our war with Hamas or with such a movement will continue in the coming years.
Dan.
I've been a critic of this war for much of the period, and I advised in favor of accepting the Biden exit plan, even in December 2023, which would have given Israel a whole bunch of advantages, peace with Saudi Arabia possibly, and so forth. But I'm not sure that Israel could have gotten the terms of this deal back then, because Israel wanted not just the return of the hostages and an end to Hamas's governance in Gaza, which Hamas has been offering for almost 2 years. Israel wanted Hamas to disarm. Now, Hamas has not been offering to disarm. They have agreed to hand over the keys to the strip to the Palestinian Authority already many months ago, but they have been holding out on agreeing to disarm, which is why, to me, what we're seeing in Washington is not yet a done deal, because if Netanyahu has a shred of strategic acumen, they will agree to this deal, even though, yes, it makes it politically difficult for his coalition because of the PA's role, which is, by the way, inevitable. It had to be. But they boxed themselves in with a ridiculous demonization of the PA. No, he probably will agree. I'm willing to predict that in one form or another. But then I'm not sure Hamas agrees. If Hamas does agree, that's massively dramatic, because it is the first time they've agreed to disarm. Then, of course, you need to verify, and there's a lot of the devil's in the details. But Hamas's goal throughout had been to remain in the former Hezbollah role as a militia that dominates the PA and kind of calls the shots, even though they're no longer formally in power. And this deal, as I read it, denies them this. And if that happens, if this really happens, if Qatari pressure, for example, succeeds in breaking their back this way to get them to agree, then that's a dramatic victory for Israel that had not hitherto been on the table.
One can imagine that right now, President Donald Trump, having put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to make a call to the Emir of Qatar, is also putting some level of pressure on the Qataris as we speak.
Almost for sure.
Yeah, just to comment on what Dan said, Hamas is saying this evening, just in the past half hour, Tyra Nunu, one of the senior Hamas officials who was targeted in that meeting in Doha and survived along with the rest of the negotiating delegation, he's not only reiterating that they have not yet seen the proposal, however, throughout the day they've said that they will demand amendments and safeguards for various points of the deal, but they hadn't seen it yet. Tyra Nunu telling Qatar Al Arabi TV that the issue of disarmament, saying that, quote, the resistance weapons are tied to the establishment of a Palestinian state. Now, this is very interesting because it would indicate a shift in the messaging. Until now, they've said that there's no talking about disarmament. Now they're saying it's linked to a Palestinian state that they need to be part of. There's a few problems to that. One, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas said Hamas will not be part of the next government and will not be included in the elections. And similarly to Lebanon, where the Gulf countries said they're not going to see a single dollar from the Gulf without the disarmament of Hezbollah. I made that Freudian mistake because that is what they're also saying with regards to Hamas. This is a new reality, new pressure coming from the Gulf. However, I think this pounding on the chest coming from Hamas is something that we are expected to see. But as was said earlier here, they are not part of this deal. This is a Israeli, American, Qatari negotiation. You have a Qatari delegation in Washington. You had this phone call with the Prime Minister of Qatar. Qatar funds Hamas. Qatar kept the hostages in the hands of Hamas. And now it's going to be the Qataris who are telling Hamas, hand over the keys to the Gaza Strip, you're done.
And disarm. Look, I have to say that in Israel there has been too much indifference to the Arab League call from 2 months ago for Hamas to disarm. That was a first, and Qatar joined that call. So Qatar has been easing its way into the camp of rational players in the world that understands that nothing good can come to the Middle East and nor to the Palestinians unless Hamas disarms, not just hands over power. Now, their ability to control Hamas will be tested because you'll hear a lot of different theories about Hamas's degree of supplicancy to Qatar. You'll hear some people say Qatar dominates everything and they're the terrorist sponsoring state. Others will say something else entirely. We will see. It will be tested. If Qatar signs on to this deal and we can see that Trump is wooing them like nobody's business, with this apology that he forced Netanyahu to eat humble pie about, with including them in all the discussions and deliberations, with the praise that he heaps upon the Emir of Qatar, with a call to the Emir of Qatar today. If Qatar signs on to this deal and Hamas still says no, that would be interesting. And I frankly don't know which way that's going to go.
I might say that I agreed with the things, but there is a great change tonight because Qatar, I think, made its own assessment concerning its situation because they were moving from the main core of the middle of the first circle outside to the second, to the third circle. There come a new partner. Saudi Arabia was out completely. And Saudi Arabia bring one condition. We are not coming without the Palestinian authorities. And this is something like by equal forces between Qatar and Saudi Arabia. I think it's a very clever negotiation that was led by Donald Trump people to make such balance between those countries from the Arab League at all and brought them to circumstances that it's not Hamas whether yes or no. It means Qatar yes or no dominant or Saudi Arabia and a new player, unfortunately, Turkey come as a partner. Not enough they are now in Syria, very close to Lebanon. They are coming from Gaza. So on one end, it's a very way of the American policy. On the other end, I don't think it's very good to Israel when you analyze. But you know what I'm doing tonight? I'm thinking about two things. Hostages, Israeli IDF, which is fighting and has a lot of achievements during the last 2 years. And for me, after getting back the hostages, organizing the IDF, I'm sure that we will be able to continue of each of these developments.
Ariel?
I want to issue a sign of warning that this isn't based on any concrete intelligence, but I am hearing whispers that as this deal could potentially move through, we're forgetting one of the main nefarious actors in the region, and that is Iran. And they're not going to want to see Israel capitalize on this, use this momentum, and go back to integration in the region, expanding the Abraham Accords. I am not going to be surprised if this indeed plan moves forward and there is agreement that we will not see some nefarious activity coming from Iran with or without Hezbollah. I think it is not for a good reason that Iran's top security official, Ali Larijani, visited Lebanon twice in 2 months. Back in the heydays of the Iranian axis, you didn't see that much of Iranian security officials traveling to Lebanon. And so this is something that needs to be in the back of mind. To my understanding, this is something that Israel is aware of the security establishment, but this is something that we need to be cognizant of because ultimately what led to what was at the backdrop of the October 7th attacks was the expected normalization with Saudi Arabia. This could be once again on the table. And again, I don't think the Iranians are going to simply sit back and watch this play out in Israel's favor as the region shifts against them.
Ariel, what could it be? What are the fears? An invasion by a terrorist group in Jordan? What nefarious activity could they
look? Ultimately, we have to look at the rhetoric coming out of Iran on a daily basis, saying that they've developed their missile capabilities. We've even seen test firing of new ballistic missiles. We're seeing in Lebanon, Hezbollah is in a very precarious situation. Yeah. And in order to divert public attention or even try and convince the Lebanese public that they're needed, they could instigate some flare-up with Israel. I'm just saying this is something that needs to be in the back of our mind, that this is a possibility that could erupt before our eyes in the coming future.
Ariel, after the failure of Israel on the last attack in Doha, concerning trying to targeting the Hamas leadership, you saw Iran running inside the Arab League table and fulfill a major task again, trying to return back. What's happening tonight is a big red color for Iran, because Iran understands that if it succeeds, that the Arab League unity against Iran is returning back. And this is my conclusion. On the other end, I think that I'm thinking a different way. From the other side of the stick, United States, Israel will have the right time now to deal with Iran to complete what they stopped after 12 days. And that can be a thing to achieve by diplomatic way, by other ways at all. I think that Iranian is fully now, it's not enough time for Iran to be again on a capacity with missiles. Even China is giving them the support. And from the nuclear situation that Russia supported them, Iran will feel very close to the war with their back after, if there is a stop of the war, that will close the Iranian program and policy that has been built for thousands of years, that starts with Hezbollah, ended with Hamas. If it ended, I say if, because we have to be very careful, it means for Iran a failure for its proxy big program and coming back to directly to deal with them with the
failure has already happened.
The failures happen, and Eitan, what you're describing, that's rational thinking, and I agree with you. But ultimately, we have to remember what situation is Iran in now. The sanctions have been reimposed. Their economy is about to go in a lot worse situation than it is right now. They need, there's growing internal tensions and displeasure with the government. And so to divert the public attention from their expected economic calamities, this is how the regime thinks.
I do not think
to instigate an external conflict. And I think Hezbollah might catch on to this, and this is a Hezbollah without Nasrallah, that might make the mistake that Nasrallah didn't make on October 7th, and that was to go all in.
You saw Naim Qassam, the successor of Nasrallah, talking a few days ago on the day of Nasrallah joining the area of the sky. He looks weak, he looks bad, he looks that he shows on his face the situation of Hezbollah. I'm talking about Hezbollah with very seriously looking. They have till now a military power, but if they want to destroy themselves towards the end and to destroy what they built since 82 to 84, I think they will make a great mistake now in this situation.
Eitan, what is the purpose of Hezbollah? They were the insurance policy of Iran. But Nasrallah didn't want to assume that role. He took into consideration the various issues and challenges in Lebanon. And again, he did not go all in on October 7th. But Naim Qassem, he's a lot weaker, and he may not have that internal power to stand against Iran, that they are in existential threat, and they need to exact that insurance policy.
There was a very clear mistake committed by the United States in the aftermath of the 12-day war, when Iran was on its back foot. And at that point, they should have insisted on terms of surrender, which would have involved an abdication of the proxy militia project, an end to the ballistic missile project, and of course, a promise, which they do anyway, that they will not pursue nuclear weapons, but also not nuclear enrichment. That was attainable back then. And unfortunately, Trump, in his hubris, because he wanted credit for quote-unquote obliterating everything already, decided that they don't need a deal. And Iran indeed has had time to maybe collect its wits a little bit and maybe dream once more of trying to return to the status quo ante. But I actually am somewhat optimistic that their hand has been stayed. They were revealed in that 12-day war to be something of a paper tiger whose skies were completely at the mercy of the Israeli Air Force and then, of course, the American Air Force. The legitimacy, whatever legitimacy the countries of the region were prepared to grant Iran for interfering in their own sovereignty with militias like Hezbollah is now gone. And the main test for Iran is if they can somehow keep Hezbollah alive in Lebanon. And as you yourself just said, the Gulf countries are conditioning any assistance to Lebanon on that being resolved. I fear Lebanon may have to actually risk some version of a small civil war with Hezbollah because the world at large has understood that these proxy militias are no longer acceptable and certainly not sustainable.
Talking of Gulf nations, I want to pivot a little bit to the prospect of West Bank annexation and what the call for that move right now, particularly given the Palestinian recognition. We saw the wave happening in recent days. We saw the reaction from Benjamin Netanyahu. Your thoughts on what that could mean right now? How does the call for some kind of annexation by the right wing, by the settler movement, impact the decisions that Benjamin Netanyahu is making as we speak in the White House?
It's another case of the right wing or the far right in Israel being impractical and indifferent to the consequences of actions. Israel's just witnessed a pretty big diplomatic disaster with about 10 countries recognizing Palestine in the entirety of the West Bank. Obviously, Israel's position needs to be that the borders must be negotiated. When Israel finally has a rational government that understands that some diplomatic solution is needed in West Bank, it'll be important to negotiate the borders so it isn't all of the West Bank, but right now it is. So if Israel does what I suspect is Netanyahu's perhaps instinct, and to do a little annexation of a small territory that is somewhat an Israeli consensus, let's say the Etzion bloc just south of Jerusalem, they'll try to present that as no big deal because everyone knows the Etzion bloc will remain in Israel in a future negotiated settlement. But what it will absolutely do is put Israel immediately at loggerheads with much of the world. And I would submit that after 2 years of this war, with all the isolation Israel has endured, with the legal complications, with the economic difficulties, maybe it's time to take the win and not initiate another conflict with, the UK. Maybe that's a bad idea. What good could come of it? Pretty sure the answer is nothing. Because Israel rules these territories without any difficulty, without the formality of an annexation.
Ariel.
I think it's a little more than just putting itself at odds with the world. It is a direct threat to the Abraham Accords. And the members have stated as such. The Emiratis have said openly that it's a red line.
And it would guarantee no peace or settlement.
But the Emiratis aren't alone. I'm hearing from sources in the Gulf, Saudi source close to the royal court, that it's not just the Emiratis. If Israel moves forward with annexing parts of the West Bank, even a small sliver, not only the UAE will withdraw from the Abraham Accords, but Bahrain, Morocco will follow suit. And rather than expanding the circle of peace, it will be completely collapsing on Israel's head.
If I may make a few remarks. First of all, I think that we are here after, in my opinion, a big mistake of the Israeli authorities not to come to the day after much more earlier. Because if we declare, or taking, for example, the Jordan Valley, and declares it was a great opportunity to close the area from the east and say, we are taking the Jordan Valley and declare it as an Israeli land. It was supposed to be passed without such an earthquake like it should be now. Secondly, the fact that we are now, for Bibi Netanyahu, don't be right, be smart. The situation concerning Israel as a state now, that all the pressure, the boycotts everywhere, and the problem that is great achievement of Abraham Agreement under circumstances of can be cancelled, make him to understand that now make something with the West Bank, it will be a great, not only a mistake, it will react steps by others that are not also willing to do it now.
There's one thing that has to be said, though. I obviously, mistakes by this government, generally speaking, wouldn't surprise me. But in this case, I'm optimistic that it will not occur because the political timeline has shifted. It's widely understood that the coalition will fall apart in December to March. There's a process there. Elections will be held probably in June, about 5 months earlier than expected. And Netanyahu, I think, knows that it's not a winning strategy for him to arrive at the elections with Israel still at loggerheads, with the entire planet, with academics being boycotted, with Israel being expelled from not just UEFA, but maybe the European Union Association Agreement. None of that is an electoral winner. So up until now, Netanyahu has obviously been terrified of the coalition falling apart. Right. At this point, when it's going to end anyway pretty soon, a far more dramatic need is to appease the Israeli public, who, just so we remember, are fed up with the war. About 70% of the people or more in every poll say they want the war to end, and there is no majority for annexing the West Bank in whole or in part.
The majority of Israelis want the war to end. They also want to know that what happened on the 7th of October can never, ever happen again.
In order to do that, you need a National Commission of Inquiry. When this coalition that Dan describes its days are numbered, has twice kicked the can down the road. And I think we're 4 months away from the next time that they can vote whether to include it or not. Obviously, and this is going to be, in my opinion, key going into the next elections, that this government still hasn't been held fully accountable and even done the soul searching as for the causes of October 7th. We're just 1 week ahead from the 2-year mark. And with Israel in its longest war ever, before this war, we were talking about 2 months, I think a little bit less than that. So Israelis are in an unprecedented situation. Not only is the population still reeling from the worst attack in its history, but you still have this open wound of the hostages. And so you have these two processes. One, bringing back the hostages so that not only the families, the hostages themselves, of course, but the families can begin the rehabilitation and recovery process. But Israel as a society needs that to happen in order to start looking forward. But the other obstacle for that rehabilitation and recovery process is looking straight in the eye into the mistakes, seeing what happened, what needs to be done to prevent that moving forward. This is something that the Israeli public is not going to let go anytime soon.
Netanyahu is going to appoint, I'm almost sure, a government inquiry commission. Now, viewers, this may seem a little bit in the weeds, but it's very important. Every disaster in Israel's history, pretty much, led to a national commission of inquiry that was headed by a Supreme Court judge. Netanyahu has been demonizing the Supreme Court and has stated more than once that no judges could possibly be fair to the government, and therefore the government has to be allowed to investigate itself. The next big discussion will be when they try to appoint such a commission, will that satisfy public opinion in Israel? It will fool some people. The question is whether enough.
You know when that didn't happen? When the worst civilian tragedy, not security, civilian tragedy happened in Israel, the Meron tragedy. Also, then there was not a National Commission of Inquiry.
I think that we should give the time to prove the power of the people in the streets, and that will be demand. But secondly, I would like to add another remark. We talk about the two-state solution and what is raising. I think Israel should be very tough, to be very clear that this issue, even it's on maybe the 21 points of Trump, should be, because it's demand of the Saudi Arabia, and without it, they should not come to the option for this deal. I think for Israel, it will be very clear and will be understood that it should be the end of the list, because you said, well, we are going to prevent any 7th of October. Or the first is no two-state solution till Gaza is disarmed from Hamas, armed, and there be a movement which can create threat to Israel. Secondly, also in order in the West Bank as well. Third is to not to allow any kind of rebuild Gaza again without this armed of Hamas. So, okay, we can maybe discuss it, But from my point of view as an Israeli, it is on the long way to discuss it under few demands from Israel. So I'm not really think that Israel, never matter if the Gates government that led by Netanyahu, the others, non-governmental Israel should agree to open such discussions in this situation without seeing Hamas disappear from Gaza, without seeing the West Bank in a new way of leadership by the PA, without looking and seeing the new opportunity structure in Gaza itself by Tony Blair or someone else that will be responsible.
You know, the PA has already agreed that Palestine can be demilitarized, which is a key...
President Abbas has said that
central Israeli demand. The main problem is going to be Jerusalem. I've heard various optimistic scenarios about how that's handled, and I've never been convinced. And history so far has proven my pessimism correct. It has always collapsed on basically on the issue of Jerusalem and the Old City.
Another issue that has collapsed is on the right of return. And President
Mahmoud, the right of return.
Well, if you look at the key on the suit of Mahmoud Abbas, it is addressed to the UN General Assembly, which was recorded. Shows that they're not going to abandon that so easily, at least publicly. But very interesting, right now we're receiving the readout of the phone call, the three-way phone call between Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Trump, and the Qatari Prime Minister, Mohammed El Thani. This was a full apology. Netanyahu pledged not to attack Qatar again, saying that he refused to completely and fully say, discussing all three leaders together. This, to my opinion, was the actual negotiation this evening. Not Trump-Netanyahu, but Trump-Netanyahu, Prime Minister El Thani, according to the readout published now by the White House. The leaders discussed a proposal for ending the war in Gaza, the prospects for a more secure Middle East. And President Trump praised both leaders for their willingness to take steps forward toward greater cooperation in the interest of peace and security for all. This readout addresses Qatar as the other side of the negotiation, which is something that we've discussed throughout this broadcast. And so it is very possible that this has just been the document that signifies that there has been an agreement reached. Obviously, we have to wait to the announcements in the press conference.
If Hamas makes them look like chumps?
Well, they're hosted in hotels in Doha.
So they'll kick out.
They'll have to pay the bill.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Hamas wants to pay the bill, and I think they also don't want to pay the shuttle fee to their next destination, which is likely to happen under this agreement.
I want to discuss what that next destination could look like for those who are wanting exile, so to speak. If you're just joining us now, this is special coverage. The US president is meeting right now with Benjamin Netanyahu in the White House. We are expecting them to hold a joint press conference very shortly. You can see the podiums on your screen right now. They are discussing Washington's plan for ending the war in Gaza, a 21-point plan that has already been presented to Arab leaders. We've been discussing the details and the implications here in studio. Of course, as soon as this press conference starts, we will take you live to D.C. Ariel.
Yeah, Eitan was talking here about the two groups that he is thinking of today, the hostages and the soldiers. The IDF publishing now that four soldiers, IDF officer in the medical corps and three other soldiers in the armored corps were injured, severely injured during combat in the northern Gaza Strip. They've been evacuated to hospitals to receive medical treatment, and their families have been notified. So as Eitan very aptly described here, we're talking about diplomatic achievements and prospects for the future. But this is an actual war that is happening right now as we speak. And we have the hostages in the tunnels or above ground who are suffering at Hamas's torture. And we have Israeli soldiers putting their lives in danger to defend the Israeli public. And unfortunately, 4 of them were injured this evening in battle.
It's exactly what you were describing earlier on in the broadcast, Eitan.
Of course, and we don't have any insurance. We talk about Gaza City. We saw what happened in the Rafah. We saw what happened in other areas. When you are handling such area as Gaza, while the enemy was beaten by the Israeli troops and is underground and is using guerrilla and charges or anti-tank missiles, while you are coming with power, it means that the soldiers under a threat that such a thing is directly, especially in these moments. And while we are looking about what are the goals of the activities of IDF, okay, we will continue to beat Hamas, but we are in a situation that the IDF already supplied to the Israeli government, to the cabinet, opportunities to close this circle and also under the two main goals that Israel already declared for a long time. First, to beat Hamas, to defeat Hamas. Secondly, to release of the hostages. But till it's not ending, it's not ending. It means that Bibi Netanyahu, under his decisions, has to listen also to the voice of thousands of mothers that are not sleeping for 2 years, and also for the reserve and all the others, and we have to calculate with a lot of responsibility concerning what and how we are doing the things, even for the hostages. And that's what I meant. We are already with open areas in Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Houthis, and also we can say with Iran. So it means 6 to 7 arenas are really open under war for more, they are very close to 2 years.
I have to say this, we're trying to figure out the likely scenarios here. And I think we agree that Israel will probably accept this plan. We are not sure if Hamas is going to accept the plan. And the question then arises, if indeed Hamas doesn't really go along with this, even if Qatar pressures them, what happens then? And I suspect what happens then is Trump will be in a state of rage and Israel will get carte blanche to do whatever it wants in Gaza. And the likelihood there is a lot more brutality still, massive isolation of Israel in the coming months and maybe longer, and the establishment of a military administration in Gaza to rule over 2 million people, and the entry into a prolonged guerrilla war with the remnants of Hamas. That is a very, very dark scenario, and I'm not so sure that the local leadership of Hamas, which doesn't exactly answer to Qatar or the exterior leadership of Hamas, it isn't prepared to go down this route, because as I've described it, many listeners might be comprehending that it's bad for Israel. It's not attractive for Israel. It's also bad for the Palestinian public. But I haven't noticed that Hamas cares particularly much about the Palestinian public.
I just want to correct myself. In the incident that I said earlier in the Gaza Strip, 2 officers and 3 soldiers, so 5 IDF troops were severely injured in this attack on what appears to be a defensive position inside the Gaza Strip, a forward position of the IDF attacked by Hamas. This is a MO that Hamas has employed in recent weeks, going after IDF positions, outposts inside the Gaza Strip. Just the other day, they published footage of their attack on August 20th as a major success. 20 terrorists emerging from a tunnel, attacking one of these posts, injuring 3 soldiers. 8 of them, 8 Hamas terrorists, were killed. And in the video, they show, this is a Hamas video that shows them emerging from the tunnels carrying arms in civilian clothing, which is admitting to a war crime for all to see, and trying to boast at this failed attack as a success. This is what guerrilla warfare has come down to. And unfortunately, we've seen this latest example this evening with 5 IDF soldiers in critical condition.
And of course, earlier on in the day, 2 rockets were launched from northern Gaza at Nahal Oz. That was earlier today. The rockets fell short, but it speaks to the fact that as this discussion continues in Washington right now, there is still an ability by Hamas and other terror groups to launch rockets towards civilians in Israel.
Yes, but maybe I will surprise you to tell you that I'm not so taking it as serious, because you cannot come to the last rocket or missile and to destroy it. we break the capacity and the power of Hamas by launching rockets. But they still has dozens of rockets here and there in the north part of Gaza, in the central part of Gaza, and they will try to use it to show their existence. But it's very clear from the military point of view, they are down. They are not able to produce. They are not able to make more than one or two. And as more as we are there, it's going to be closed. And the rockets issue is running towards the end of its capacity and its power. So what is much more bothers me is the underground tunnels that exist in Gaza, and dozens of kilometers are still exist. One of the main, I say, we are not going to talk, and that will be my recommendation to the Israeli government, don't talk anything about two-state solution till the tunnels are exploited, till the area is clean, till we finish the concept of the underground that Hamas built for the last 20 years.
And of course, let's not forget where that money came from, the money that was meant for civilians that ended up being used to build this extensive terror network.
That Qatar felt that its existence in this kind of conflict is going to be a little bit bubbling if they continue to be outside of the picture. So they make their own assessment. Qatar will not disappear. Qatar is the main engine that creates what we are facing in the United States, in the demonstrations, in Europe, in other places, under a very clever program they built.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to be taking a very short break, but when we get back, the special coverage continues on this potentially monumental day, and we're hearing that there could be developments soon in Washington, so we're actually going to stay continuing with this conversation just in case these leaders do in fact come out. We don't want you to miss any part of the action, so to speak. Dan Perry, your thoughts on what we just heard?
Well, so Eitan is laying out his conditions for the beginning of a discussion on two-state solution, but implicit in that is that you would agree to a two-state solution if the outrages are removed. If there's no more tunnels, there's no more Hamas. But of course, we know what that leads to. I mean, and I also, we know that this half of...
my private opinion, I'm against a Palestinian state without here, there is no place for two states. There is a place to create something of autonomies in kind of economy or others. I think that one, as Hanita said, what will be the next 7th of October? One of my conditions, will not be a Palestinian state. But we have time to bring it to this situation. You can talk, but the result should be different.
Well, my point is that the Likud, half of Israel, basically rejects the very premise of a Palestinian state. You just suggested you do as well. I don't know your position. My position is that autonomy in islands of West Bank territory that are not contiguous does not absolve Israel of the demographic disaster of having there be a Jewish minority in the territory it effectively controls. The Bantustans in South Africa, not to compare, this is not apartheid, but the Bantustans did not persuade anyone that they're not ruled by South Africa. And similarly, islands of autonomy in the West Bank will not persuade anyone that the Palestinians aren't here under the boot of Israel. So the reality is Israel plus West Bank plus Gaza is 15 million people, of which slightly more than half are Arab Palestinians. And Israel needs to separate from them in some way that is permanent and decisive. Now, whether that is through the mechanism of a Palestinian state or something else, give land up to Jordan and Egypt, I do not know.
I really don't want to go deeper in this issue because, in my opinion, the important is the hostages, the IDF, to build our state again. But I'm telling you that from my experience, and believe me, I spoke many hours with Abu Mazen, 4 eyes, about this kind of things. Mahmoud Abbas. I don't find, even for the new generation, there will not be Palestinian leader that will say, I'm closing the conflict of my demand from the right of coming back to Israel.
I tend to
don't worry, they will not agree more than you for the Palestinian state.
Well, which is why, by the way, Israel may have to not condition it on an end of conflict.
We also
I'm
need
basically
to talk...
saying Israel needs partition for demographic salvation.
We also need to talk about how one goes about de-radicalizing these regions, and that clearly would be a long-term project. Putting it mildly, Ariel, you wanted to chip in.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add more from the readout from the White House on the trilateral call between Trump, Netanyahu, and the Qatari Prime Minister, because there's some fascinating things that are addressed to exactly what we've discussed right here in studio. According to the readout, the leaders accepted President Trump's proposal to establish a trilateral mechanism to enhance coordination, improve communication, resolve mutual grievances, and strengthen collective efforts to prevent threats. They underscored their shared commitment to working together constructively and clearing away misconceptions while building on the long-standing ties both have with the United States. This is we all know the two-faced game that Qatar is playing, the arsonist and the firefighter. Here, this is a reward to their firefighting engagement while completely neglecting to mention the pyromancy of their activity in the region, not only with Al Jazeera, that is not only served as the mouthpiece of Hamas, but undermines governments all over the region, but their funding of elements that undermine Western governments, not only in the region. This is a pure reward to their diplomatic terrorism, is I think a good way to put it. And they are bearing the fruit of their double game, which is proven in this statement by the White House.
The complication of the narrative, of course, is that Hamas was indeed funded by Qatar, but for years, but at the request of the government of Israel, which thought with catastrophic miscalculation that there is some benefit to Israel to have Hamas be in charge and pacified in Gaza because this divides the Palestinians.
That's how you don't have a Palestinian state.
Indeed, but we do have 1,200 people massacred on October 7th.
Indeed.
The darkest day in the history of the country. Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and former senior advisor, is also part of these meetings. Dan Perry, given your experience covering this region for so long, all the efforts towards peace over a long period of time, what does he bring to the table right now? We haven't heard his name for quite a while, and it's definitely back as we speak.
Kushner brings business ties, but also diplomatic ties with the Gulf countries, in particular the UAE, but not only. His presence is a source of some hope that not just the Qataris, but the Saudis are involved in this. And a Saudi umbrella over this whole process that partly is financial, could be very effective in essentially buying our way out of this entanglement with jihadist groups by creating a real incentive for the governments of the region. This includes the PA and whatever governments will be involved in rebuilding Gaza, but also Lebanon, to really take care of this problem. The Saudis have been very clear that the militia nonsense has to end, and I strongly suspect that Kushner's presence is related to this effort.
I may say that Kushner is the bridge that connected Gaza to the Abraham Agreement that he was the architect for them at the past. He never left the area. He, together with Tony Blair, which was all the time in the circle of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Israel, the head of the quartet, they strengthened the team or the staff team of Trump in order to bring him the solution, the key that it can bring to the end by bringing Gaza, maybe the war to over the end, release of the hostages, and connected the Arab countries, the moderate Arab countries, as I said, Saudi Arabia returned to the region, because when you look the opportunities for Saudi Arabia in Lebanon, in Syria, and now in Gaza, and they never give $1 in the last years, not to the PA and not, of course, to Hamas. Suddenly they are here, and they are like, let's say, the father of the PA today, especially on the number 2, Hussein al-Sheikh, that spent many days in Saudi Arabia recently. So I can divide between 2 camps. One is supported by Qatar, of course, Hamas. The second one, Saudi Arabia, which is the major player. And if you ask me where Israel direction should be, is moving towards Saudi Arabia, and there is no chance without the Palestinian authorities. And this is something that Bibi Netanyahu will have to decide. The present government, without the PA, it means to break what we see now, or to adopt what we see now, to come to the Israeli population with its new agreement, new order, try to organize by its way of a new elections that he will try to continue to lead.
I see the contours of a possible deal where Israel drops its impossible and ill-advised demand boycott of the Palestinian Authority, which is the only brand in town and the only alternative to Hamas. And the Saudis, in return, stop insisting on Palestinian statehood as a condition for normalization with Israel. In other words, suffice with the long process you were describing and not a condition, the actual deal on the establishment of a Palestine.
While we're watching what unfolds out of the White House and wait for this press conference by the US President and Israeli Prime Minister, we're talking earlier on about the political reaction and the implications right now about what is unfolding as we speak. And Itamar Ben-Gvir weighing in just moments ago. Ariel, tell us more.
Not just Ben-Gvir, also Smotrich, Netanyahu's right-wing or far right-wing coalition partners blasting the apology call with the
well, they're not
Qatari
going to like that.
Prime Minister. Smotrich calling it a disgrace, a terrible apology. Itamar Ben-Gvir said attacking Qatar, defending the attack on Hamas leaders, the masterminds of the October 7th massacre, calling it important, just, moral, and saying that no amount of it is time to tell the world the truth. Qatar is the country that supports terrorism, finances terrorism, and incites terrorism. No amount of money will wash terrorism away from their hands. He's not necessarily wrong, but ultimately Israel needs to present a united front when it is negotiating not only for the lives of its civilians, the lives of its soldiers, but the future of the country. So unfortunately, we're seeing politics, as politicians do, in this monumentous moment, but it does appear that this apology was a necessary frog to swallow in advancing or approaching the finish line or the beginning of the race, because there's going to be so many changes in these negotiations, but agreeing on a framework to move forward with ending the war, bringing back the hostages, disarming Hamas, removing them from power. This is a necessary first step. Netanyahu took it for national responsibility, but here we're seeing the politicians going after him.
The coalition may fall apart. And I think for Netanyahu...
Over a phone call?
Over acceptance of some terms of this deal, over the PA, over the humiliating phone call, but mainly over the very fact that Smotrich and Ben-Gvir do not want to end the war. They want to occupy Gaza, expel the population, and resettle Gaza with Jews. That's what they want. Yep. And they're going to, some of their supporters really believe in this. So they're going to establish a campaign where they're going to run on this ticket. For Netanyahu, it's going to be very complicated to maintain his coalition together post the next election if he really is at such loggerheads. But I think he is currently assuming that if he does this deal, the coalition will, one way or another, fall apart by the end of the year.
I think that to be more direct, if there is today agreement, while we got signs of apology with the phone call that I see now, scandals in Israel concerning the way Bibi Netanyahu did it from both sides. Those who are telling you didn't apologize from the families that lost their children, you didn't apologize from the kibbutzim, and you are going to apologize from the leader who brought money to build this terror group which fight against you. In my opinion, tonight, if there is agreement, there will be an earthquake in the Israel political, let's say, situation, and it will not be for a long time to see a difference. By the way, for the religious parties, it's a way to escape from what's going against them concerning join the religious youth to the IDF as it was not before. Now they can delay it to another period by using circumstances of this kind of earthquake because the end of this war.
That too will make it difficult for Netanyahu, because if there's one area in Israeli public life in which Netanyahu and the right wing are at a severe disadvantage, it's in the fact that the right wing has never had a majority without the Haredim since 1977, not a natural majority, and yet, and therefore they cannot impose very much on the Haredim. And about 70 to 80% of society, almost everyone who's not Haredi, hates the fact that the Haredim refuse to serve in the army.
Of course.
Yeah.
Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran has an important update.
Oh, it's not me. It's President Donald J. Trump outlining his comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. Now, I'm going to read from this statement. Under this comprehensive plan to end the Gaza war, the Gaza Strip will be de-radicalized, terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Gaza will be redeveloped to the benefit of the people of Gaza, who have suffered immensely. If both sides agree to this proposal, the war will immediately end. Israeli forces will withdraw to an agreed-upon line to prepare for a hostage release, which will take place within 72 hours of Israel publicly accepting this agreement. In that time period, the first 3 days, all hostages, alive and deceased, will be returned. And in exchange for that, this plan outlines a significant release of Palestinian security prisoners, 250 sentenced to life in prison, plus 1,700 Gazans who were detained after October 7th. Once all hostages are returned, Hamas will commit to peaceful coexistence. Hamas members who commit to peaceful coexistence and to decommission their weapons will be given amnesty. Members of Hamas who wish to leave Gaza will be provided safe passage to receiving countries. Now, upon acceptance of this agreement, full aid will be immediately sent into the Gaza Strip. At a minimum, aid quantities will be consistent of what was going into the Gaza Strip in January of 2025. We're talking about roughly 600 aid trucks a day. The rest of this announcement talks about the minutia of the various aid. Now, opening the Rafah crossing in both directions will also happen. Gaza will be governed under the temporary transitional governance of a technocratic, apolitical Palestinian committee responsible for delivering the day-to-day running of public services and municipalities for the people of Gaza. This committee will be made up of qualified Palestinians with international experts, with oversight and supervision by a new international transitional body dubbed the Board of Peace, which will be headed and chaired by, guess who? President Donald J. Trump of the United States, as well as other members will be former Prime Minister of the UK, Tony Blair. This body is going to be responsible for setting the framework to handle the funding of for the redevelopment of the Gaza Strip until such a time as the Palestinian Authority has completed its reform program as outlined in various proposals. Plan goes on and on, but ultimately these are the main points. We're talking about a complete end to the war, the release of all hostages within 72 hours.
Goosebumps.
A gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces, an international body to oversee the day-to-day until necessary reforms are taken by the Palestinian Authority to reintroduce it to governing the Gaza Strip. And for the first time in nearly 20 years, you will have the Palestinian Authority governing also the West Bank and also the Gaza Strip, setting the stage for potential Palestinian state, whether you like it or not. According to this proposal, a guarantee will be provided by regional partners to ensure that Hamas and other Palestinian factions comply with their obligations and that the new Gaza poses no threat to its neighbors or its people. Now, this goes in line with what was said earlier of the Lebanese model, that the ceasefire agreement with Lebanon allows Israel to use fire to go after Hezbollah. This, according to this text, would stipulate the same thing.
It was one of the Israeli first demand that has been raised from January 24, when were the discussions about a ceasefire that Israel demanded, and in a right way, to be the responsibility for the security to take it to its ends by itself. And it's some of these points was Israeli demand from the past. Some of them are really new because of the new developments.
An historic moment in this war, hearing this plan outlined as you have, and the first moment that sprung out is the return of all hostages within 72 hours
of Israel publicly accepting this
being agreed.
proposal.
And what about Hamas?
So what are they saying, or what does this deal say about Hamas? I think we described that for Hamas, anyone who wishes to seek amnesty must lay down their weapons and receive another state that will take them. I couldn't find here any specific mechanism for the disarmament of Hamas. Timeframes to demilitarization will be agreed upon between the IDF and the international peacekeeping force. So this is pretty vague, pretty up in the air, but it does stipulate this is a framework. This is what you start from. This is the starting point. This is not the finish line. This is what you work with. There are going to be many changes to this, but the changes are not going to be in the headlines, but rather in the technicalities of how each mechanism is going to be implemented. This is the vision of President Trump to end the war, a vision that, to my understanding and assessment, not only Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to accept, but also the Qataris are going to accept, and by extension, Hamas, or else they're going to find themselves even more isolated than what they are right now.
Dan.
This is a 21-point plan that was leaked a few days before, and it is equally as vague as what was leaked. Basically, the disarmament of Hamas is implied, but not stated clearly enough. The introduction of the PA is made conditional on reforms that are not detailed. Now, those reforms are almost certainly going to have to be a revision of their entire school curriculum, which ties into the de-radicalization item, and an end to the payments to the families of terrorists, essentially, so-called pay to slay, slay to pay.
Pay for slay.
Pay for slay. So the devil's in the details, for sure, and it could very well fall apart. Or you could say that the vagueness with which the issue of disarmament is addressed, which will be ripped to pieces by the Israeli right, might somehow enable this to be finessed vis-a-vis Hamas. But the danger there is precisely the Lebanon scenario. The discussions on how to disarm them continue for weeks and months and years while the plan is put into implementation. And the result is that you have some version of Hamas continuing to rule behind the scenes as an armed militia.
Well, I think the Lebanon model, at least since November 27th until today, is a pretty positive one for Israel, that it allows it to enforce its red lines, and the framework that I just read has that same outline.
I completely support. Not many believed at the beginning that what we are used now to hear about Israeli activities against Hezbollah, people are trying to renew, to remove things, will be after so long time from the fact that we stop or create the ceasefire with Hezbollah.
700 strikes at least.
But on the other way, the focus, we have to remember that the Lebanese government was a partner to this kind of agreement. Yeah. In Gaza, it will be much more complicated. It's a principle. It's too early because the reality on the ground will create the situation. I want, by your permission, to jump what I see in the screen while we are talking here. I think that the pictures that are released from the meeting between Netanyahu and Trump are pictures that shows kind of relaxed discussion, smiles, etc., like Israel is not under a tense with the United States. It means the two leaders are under, or delegations, are under kind of discussions as a friendly discussions, not as can be accepted that it will be tense, and I'm sure there are tense, but what is till now is signals from that meeting in the room is kind of talking, but under the fact that the understanding, the friendship between Israel and the United States is still leading. And not by mistake now, we can say that Bibi Netanyahu is the last guy to close the circle after Trump already discussed with the others. But we have to hear for the final, because the minds that Bibi Netanyahu has to cross from his point of view are not so easy. On the other hand, I think that main topic thing is that if succeed 72 hours releasing the hostages, this is something that 99% of the Israelis are waiting, watching, fighting for the last 2 years.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think the heart of the nation is waiting for word, confirmation that the hostages will be coming back home. Again, it's still, in terms of devil being the details, we wait to see exactly what it entails. But certainly at first glance, it looks like this could be a tick on both sides.
Yeah, look, at first glance, when you read it on the phone, it's hard to get all the points because it's a very long text and a very narrow phone. But about the issue of path to Palestinian statehood, this is something that we need to highlight. The text reads, while Gaza redevelopment advances and when the PA reform program is faithfully carried out, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, which we recognize as the aspiration of the Palestinian people. The United States will establish a dialogue between Israel and the Palestinians to agree on a political horizon for peaceful and prosperous coexistence. So this is technically not backing a Palestinian state, but creating a credible path. Now, where does this terminology echo? That was the price that the Saudis gave to Israel for normalization before October 7th, the credible pathway to Palestinian statehood. I think I read those words in this text. And so ostensibly, if Israel accepts this deal and it comes into effect, Israel has paid the price presented by the Saudis for normalization. And as the main prerequisite for normalization is not only that credible pathway, but the end of the war in Gaza, because Saudi Arabia cannot normalize relations, nor most of the countries in the region, with Israel, as long as there are daily images of death and destruction coming out of Gaza. So when you have the war in Gaza over and Israel paying the price of a credible path towards Palestinian statehood, there is nothing blocking normalization with Saudi Arabia, according to this plan. And that is why when President Trump presents this as a plan that will change the face of the region, that is what he means. And this text here explains exactly why.
And what a victory that would be for President Donald Trump, never mind the other players in the region. It
would be, no doubt about it. Not a lot of people gave him credit for being able to engineer such a thing. And yet here we are. He will have forced Netanyahu to tack to the center. He will have created a real challenge for the Israeli opposition, because if the coming years are going to be about Palestinian statehood, there needs to be a centrist and broad government in Israel. It changes the dynamic, not just in the region, but with Israeli politics, and also with the respect that America can expect to get around the world for its diplomacy. And I would add, we're talking probably not just about normalization with Saudi Arabia, but an effort to expand it to Lebanon and Syria. And here, it's very interesting to see what is happening with Ahmed Ashara.
And we're looking right now at live images on your screen at the White House. It is very clear that the leaders are about to come out just moments away. An historic moment in this war. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are set to take to the podium in just a few moments. What a time. So much speculation, so much anticipation about what they have been discussing and the implications for what this means for the people affected by this almost 2-year war. Israel is watching, the Middle East is watching, Washington is watching, the world is watching right now.
Yeah, Benita, we talked earlier about Jared Kushner participating, so we saw him walk into the room alongside Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, who did a lot of legwork in the negotiations that blew up in Doha with the Israeli strike, scrapped and rebuilt in this 21-point plan by President Trump. We also saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I think he was standing next to Vice President J.D. Vance, so I'm not sure about that. I am about the first three, and so these are the final moments ahead of the press conference. We also see Chief of Staff Tzachi Braverman of Prime Minister Netanyahu. So the teams have taken their seats, and now we're waiting for the emergence of the two leaders.
The optics here, so important for Benjamin Netanyahu, facing so much criticism, not to mention the walkout when he addressed the UN General Assembly late last week. Clearly not a great moment in terms of the global look, in terms of the cameras, but now he might get the chance to turn things around somewhat. We wait to see the announcement coming very shortly. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump set to speak at this press conference at the White House. And what a moment it is for these two leaders on the global stage.
It's a great moment for them, and I think it's a great moment for all of us watching now, because even now, I'm not so convinced what will be the declaration. And maybe it's my military way of thinking to be like, not to trust what is going to be said and decide, besides two things that I mentioned at the beginning, release of the hostages, and secondly, is the way how the IDF is going to organize, because there's a lot of adventures for the future. And one thing you remind few times, Benita, where is Hamas in all this evening? If Hamas is not anyone taking its, let's say, its view, it means that Hamas is not exist as a movement that has started the 7th of October, or fulfill itself, whether it's Qatar. This is questions for the future. Now we have to solve the immediate problems, and we have to take very deep care for what to do in the coming days about it.
Well, we know Hamas will be watching, Qatar will be watching, and as you alluded to earlier, Eitan, Iran will be watching too. Ariel Osran.
Yeah, while we wait for the final seconds before Trump and Netanyahu emerge, Prime Minister's office issuing a verbatim readout of the phone call between with the Qatar Prime Minister, but that's going to have to wait.
Here they are, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump taking to the podium. Let's go live to DC.
Big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job.
Bibi, por hacer el trabajo. Trabajamos juntos muy bien.
Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East. And let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's an incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you, in many cases, they're great men and some great women, too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons, production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others. And they'll be named over the next few days. And it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things. Please get the hostages back and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing, terrible, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. Maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope. We hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because I heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day. And I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday. And I called them back, the biggest people in the world. And they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. And we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron. That's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago, they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. the things up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown. And the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it. But they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were some were hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit. And it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today, we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great, great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al-Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And its people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with, because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everyone who wants to see, everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful, powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try, and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership. And I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a meeting, a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement. And I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Pass it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorists, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy. It's tough going. But I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
An historic moment live from the White House. You're watching President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking at that press conference. What a moment in the war. There's so much to unpack. In short, there is a plan on the table. Benjamin Netanyahu accepting President Donald Trump's plan. And now the ball is in Hamas's court. What will they do? What will Qatar do? What will this new board do? Dan Perry, international affairs expert here in studio, still senior Middle East correspondent. Ariel Osaran still here in studio. Dan, let's start with you. What stands out for you? A huge moment, a new chapter for the Middle East.
Well, it certainly would be if Hamas plays along. There's a reason why they refuse to answer questions at the end, because they don't have an answer to the most obvious but also quite difficult question, which is, what does any of this mean if Hamas says no? My reading of it is that this means Israel has absolute carte blanche to obliterate the rest of Gaza if Hamas says no. It's going to be unbelievably ugly. Trump basically gave Israel permission, which is what is needed, to do whatever they have to do to achieve the same ends, which are the elimination of Hamas as a military and governing force, if Hamas says no. I have to think that the involvement of Qatar at this level on this day and the clear mobilization of the entire Arab world, it gives it a chance. This isn't just another case of Israel and America agreeing on an Israeli-American plan only to inevitably see Hamas say no. It kind of looks like it has more momentum than that, but it will mean very little except for the continuation of the war unless Hamas indeed says yes. They didn't set a time frame. So the next couple of days, I have to imagine, are going to be incredibly important. And right now, much depends on the degree to which Qatar can force the hand of Hamas. There will be probably some version of a split in Hamas. There will undoubtedly be people who want to fight on. That may be the leadership in Gaza more than the ones in Qatar, who stand to be expelled if this doesn't work, probably. And that's where we stand. It is certainly tempting to declare that this is momentous and historic, because if indeed it works out, then Israel's aims are all achieved. And I would add, it's not just good for the Israeli people, it's also good for the people of Gaza and for the Palestinians. It recreates for them a diplomatic pathway to some better future, maybe even some version of statehood. It ends the war that has been cataclysmic for them, and it frees them of Hamas. It's even good for the wider Arab region, because it establishes the principle that you cannot have these jihadi militias getting in the way of the aspirations of most people to a decent life. So this is a remarkable moment where I think all people of decency in the world have to hope and pray that the plan presented by Trump and Netanyahu, who are far from consensual figures in the world, actually comes to fruition. It would be a great thing for almost everyone in the Middle East and the wider world.
And on acceptance of the deal, it would see the hostages all coming back within a time frame of 72 hours. And that is what the Israeli nation has been waiting to hear. Also talk of what President Donald Trump spoke of as an eternal peace for the Middle East. That is wide-ranging indeed. You're the senior Middle East correspondent. Break down what that means for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of what was said here, and the plan really coincides with what we've been discussing for the past couple of hours here, that it goes with the war goals of Israel, but it does open up new avenues. For example, when Prime Minister, up until now for the past 2 years, minus a week, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been saying, no Abbas, no Hamas. Now it's no Hamas, no Abbas.
Until.
Yeah. Exactly. And there will be no withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Gaza Strip until the demilitarization is taking place. Now, this deal does detail pretty well for an initial framework the various mechanisms and the stages, but when it describes here that only once this international, how was it called? The International Stabilization Force, that is this international force in Gaza, only once it fully dismantles all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, decommissions all weapons and weapons manufacturing facilities, only then will the IDF hand over control to them. So we're talking about a very gradual and extended period of ongoing Israeli military presence inside the Gaza Strip. If you ask me, this does feel like a copy-paste to the Lebanese model. And the reason why it was copied and pasted is because so far it is very successful. Israel is continuing to go after the military infrastructure and weapons of Hezbollah as the Lebanese government gears up to do it itself. And once it proves that it will do so, then it will withdraw from Lebanon, because we have to remember, Israel is still present on the ground in Lebanon in 5 points. To my assessment, that is also going to be a key issue in the agreement in Syria. And so this plan, the Lebanese model, quote unquote, of Israel's, of the ceasefire being implemented here, this really shows Israel's new defense military doctrine post October 7th. And that is not giving up hold on the ground in past its territory until it can fully ensure the safety of its territory. But until that assurance arrives, it will continue to enforce its red lines. It is happening in Lebanon. It is happening in Syria even before there is agreement. And that is the framework of the expected ceasefire for the Gaza Strip. And we have to remember that this is also more or less the outline of the terms of ceasefire with Iran that also President Trump stipulated. If Israel identifies that Iran is rebuilding its ballistic and nuclear programs, its capabilities, then Israel will go after it. And Israel has proven that it is willing to enforce its red lines in Lebanon. It is proving it in Syria. And now the test will be obviously with Gaza and Iran, two very open question marks. But this really is an indication as to the new defense doctrine of Israel in this new reality. And it is one that prevents the constant evolution and empowerment of these various terror elements across its borders, while Israel waits aside on the sidelines and hopes that the international community will get involved. No more. Israel is taking responsibility for its security, and it is enforcing it.
I do see differences, and I would hope for better things than a Lebanon model. It's been a year since the ceasefire in Lebanon, almost a year. And Hezbollah has not yet been disarmed. And moreover, the ceasefire did not stipulate that they would be disarmed. It was a goal, but it wasn't a commitment.
But the government committed to do it now.
But the government doesn't necessarily have power. In this case, even though Israel for sure would retain the right to go after Hamas if Hamas doesn't disarm, that's not the goal. I don't see that as a security doctrine. The goal is to get Hamas to disarm and be gone. And that is different and from the Lebanon scenario, and better than the Lebanon scenario. Within the framework of what has been agreed to by Israel and Trump, that exists. If Hamas says no, then we're looking at a variety of options, including possibly the doctrine that you're talking about. But I think the hope is that Hamas indeed, that a way is found to make Hamas disarm. To me, that is the only acceptable outcome of this war.
And we heard there President Donald Trump say if Hamas rejects the deal, well, then his words, Bibi, the nickname for Benjamin Netanyahu, you have full backing from the US to do what you need to do. And that certainly would be music to the ears of those who believe that military action needs to continue right now. Stay with us, gentlemen, because we want to check in with our man on the ground there at the White House. Senior US correspondent Mike Wagenheim. An historic day, Mike, for the Middle East, a new chapter in the words of these leaders. Give us your takeaways. A big day indeed.
That is the hope. That is the hope that this is the start of a new day in the Middle East. But as Donald Trump made clear right from the get-go, it's close. It's very, very close, but it's not there yet. Still need the authorization of Hamas to move forward. Hamas officials said earlier today they haven't seen the plan as of yet. Trump said they're still getting some signatures on the deal, but even so, again, Hamas isn't playing along, then you're back to square one. And as our guest mentioned, it would be in the hands of Prime Minister Netanyahu to move forward with military action there. Trump stressing the regional involvement in this plan, rattling off a number of leaders from different countries, talking about Saudi Arabia, the UAE, obviously Qatar, but Egypt, Jordan, Pakistan, Indonesia. These are countries you really don't think, when talking about Pakistan and Indonesia, of having an impact on Middle East peace plans. But again, just trying to draw as broad a swath as you can, give it as much credibility as you can. If you're at Donald Trump, naming himself the chairman of the board, essentially, of this transitional body for Gaza, making sure that American oversight will continue and really owning the success or failure of this thing going forward. Really, I think a gutsy move there by President Trump. In addition to that, saying that the Palestinians are in charge of their own destiny at this point, that the groundwork has been laid, a foundation has been laid with this plan to really have some sort of avenue for success, for a brighter future for themselves, and Trump encouraging them to take advantage of that and saying really it's their best opportunity going forward here. But again, as Trump talked for 28 and a half minutes and Prime Minister Netanyahu added a few soft comments, they were unwilling to take any questions, knowing that this is still fragile, knowing it's not a done deal yet, and that things still need to be, signed off on in order to move forward here, not wanting to spoil, again, what could be a real breakthrough going forward.
What was made of the body language between these two leaders? There's been so much scrutiny on the security ties between the US and Israel right now. Obviously, we saw how isolated and alone the Prime Minister looked at the UN General Assembly just days ago. Talk to us about the atmosphere in the room and the rapport between not only the two leaders, but their teams inside that room right now.
At times, it seemed like Prime Minister Netanyahu was smiling at President Trump, especially as they touted the accomplishments in the region vis-a-vis Iran and all the other military accomplishments. Trump said he had respect for Israel to begin with. He gained more throughout this process, and there were some, honestly, some uncomfortable moments, it seemed like, when taking a look at Prime Minister Netanyahu's face when certain things were discussed, like the protests that have been going on in Israel, and Trump saying much of the country wants to see this war come to an end, wants to see the hostages come home. Didn't seem to be politically aligned, obviously, with Netanyahu in that particular moment. And so it's certainly a look of, it's tough to describe it in words, but an uncomfortableness, an unsettled feeling in Netanyahu when Trump was making those particular comments. And by the way, I don't know if we were carrying the whole thing until the end, but when Trump asked Netanyahu if he'd like to take any questions from Israeli reporters, Netanyahu almost choked, knowing that he wanted no part of that particular equation. Again, it's certainly more than a starting point here, but again, everybody, even Trump himself, who he usually doesn't hold back, still kind of dancing around, making sure that nothing is said here to upset what are still very fragile talks going forward here.
And Mike, any more insights you've been gleaning there about this phone call to the Emir of Qatar during their meeting, the apology slightly brushed on by Benjamin Netanyahu in that press conference, but what more can you tell us? What insights can you share?
Yeah, obviously the fact that Netanyahu was essentially forced to make that phone call doesn't speak well here for him, essentially forced to apologize to a terror state for striking at terror targets, being harbored by that terror state. Nevertheless, Netanyahu tried to, I wouldn't say twist it, but put a better face on it, saying that he was clear with the Qataris that he wasn't intending to strike them, essentially, to interrupt their sovereignty, but rather to strike at Hamas targets. He did put a stronger face on what is a story that makes him look quite weak, having to make that phone call today to the Qatari Prime Minister. But again, uncomfortable in the broader picture, though. I guess it can be looked at as a smaller price to pay if Qatar can do what it says it's going to do and what it says it has the power to do, which is to push Hamas over the finish line to a deal. If Qatar doesn't have that power, well, then maybe Netanyahu was right in striking and trying to take out Hamas. If they do have the power to do it, then it kind of vindicates what Netanyahu and others have been saying all along, is that they've had the opportunity to do it, they've had the resources and the wherewithal to do it. They should have done it a long time ago anyway.
Great coverage as always. Thank you so much to our senior U.S. correspondent, Mike Wagenheim, live from the White House. Thank you, Mike. Back in studio, Dan Perry, much mention was made of the Abraham Accords, also the Avraham Accords, also another pronunciation. I think news anchors the world over will be learning how to choose the correct pronunciation. Either way, we all know it well in this region, the normalization deals between Israel and the UAE and Bahrain to start, and obviously many questions about what could be down the line. Your thoughts, given what we heard today?
This will be somewhat politically difficult for Netanyahu for his coalition to survive. As I said earlier on in the show, I think they're going to collapse anyway in coming months regardless, so maybe that becomes a lesser issue. But the suggestion throughout these statements by Netanyahu and Trump has been that as part of the equation, maybe as a sweetener to Israel, other deals are in the offing, and specifically, there was a mention of this being even beyond the Middle East. So who knows what we're talking about? Maybe Pakistan, maybe Malaysia and Indonesia. Theoretically, Israel can come out of this cataclysmic war in a significantly improved strategic position.
20 seconds, parting thoughts.
Yeah, let's give it to Hamas. Official Mahmoud Mardawi telling Al Jazeera they've still not received the plan, but so far it appears that these terms are close to the Israeli vision. I will just note that the terms of the plan are all over Twitter, and for some reason, and against Twitter regulations, Mahmoud Mardawi, the same Hamas official, has an active Twitter account. So you can go check it out. And you can watch
it on I-24 News as well. Dan Perry, Ariel Osaran, thank you so much for being with us for this special coverage. I'm Denise Levine. Stay tuned.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags.